It's pretty amazing.
Very cool. All right, so I know you guys are excited. The 2025 Met Gala's dress code has been announced.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It is called Tailored for You.
Ooh.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the dress or the style that they're most looking forward to is bib overalls, correct?
Well, I don't know. It's in line with this year's theme of Superfine.
Superfine.
Tailoring black style.
You'd kind of indicated there's a story you had about this. They were going this way.
So co-chairs for the event, A$AP Rocky, Pharrell Williams, Coleman Domingo, and Lewis Hamilton, along with the honorary chair, LeBron James, announced this year's dress code. Vogue describes the dress code as having, quote, a menswear focus that is purposefully designed to provide guidance and invite creative interpretation.
You just described what I'm wearing today.
It is set for May 5th, and it will be at the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
His tan T-shirt and black Adidas pants.
He's wearing his Papa Joe Salt T-shirt.
Anna Wintour. Who is Papa Joe?
Yeah. This year's event will accompany the Superfine Tailoring Black Style exhibit. That exhibit will focus on the role of sartorial style in forming black identities, focusing on the emergence, significance, and proliferation of the black dandy. The co-chairs also announced the host committee featuring stars like Usher, Janelle Monáe, Simone Biles, and more. So I don't know what all that means.
It's a bunch of gobbledygook, but it's
a black dandy and the sartorial style.
I think one of them is like the, remember, I forget who it was who wore the black skirt, the man that wore the skirt. I think maybe we'll see that and super tailored suits and maybe even women in suits.
Okay. Yeah. It seems like it's going to focus on a masculine style for women.
Now, hasn't the word been that the Met Gala has been sort of a death spiral for the past couple of years?
No, I think because Anna Wintour said she didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
And that was my next question: is she still doing it? Because she said years ago,
she's going.
she was done.
She is getting back into bare knuckle boxing.
Let's see. By the way, Nick pulled this up. Traditionally, it's defined as a man unduly devoted to style.
A dandy, yes. Right. A dapper dandy.
So, some other stories. Speaking of fashion, it seems that being nude or nearly nude in public is not a crime, at least in the case of Bianca Censori. The sheer dress that she and her husband Kanye West unveiled at the red carpet at the Grammys will not be getting her in any legal trouble.
Damn it.
The LAPD said that no one at the Grammys contacted authorities with any complaints, and since it's considered a private event, there's no need for the law to get involved.
It's a private event. Okay.
Not sexy. She has this sort of dead doll look on her face all the time. He's a complete jerk off. Standing there like the puppet master.
Totally.
I can't think of anything less erotic.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty damn
thought
sexy.
she was hot.
I don't, not one scintilla. I think because it's been done so much and so obviously.
Well, it's just, honestly, it's so stupid. Listen, her body is incredible, but that is stupid, and you look ridiculous. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is interesting. Marcus Jordan, former boyfriend of reality star Larsa Pippen and son of basketball legend Michael Jordan, is in a heap of trouble. Jordan was arrested yesterday on multiple charges: DUI crash with property damage, possession of cocaine, and resisting an officer without violence. According to police in Maitland, Florida, Jordan got his Lamborghini SUV stuck on the train tracks.
I hate when that happens.
At the scene, police noticed Jordan smelled of alcohol, ultimately didn't do well on 3 field sobriety tests, and things got worse during a search of his pants. Officers reported what they found, and it was a white powdery substance in his pocket that tested positive for cocaine.
It's not good. When you're crossing a railroad tracks or you're at a railroad crossing and you're in your SUV, your Lambo SUV.
Yes.
Don't you hit that switch that raises it up a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. You need to.
Did you guys see the body cam footage of the police officers? He didn't get stuck on train tracks crossing over. He basically turned onto the train tracks and drove down, and then there's usually embankments on either side. Fell down the embankment. So
wow.
I mean, he
might have been coked up.
Yeah.
Nick pulled up the Lamborghini Urus 2025 SUV, and the MSRP on that is somewhere starting around $275,000.
Can you imagine?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I cannot imagine.
Really.
No.
What do you want? A house or this vehicle?
Yeah. There's another story. I've saved it for the connoisseur, but I'll touch on it a little bit. It has to do with the catering at Taylor Swift's suite.
Okay.
For the Super Bowl. But I'll get to what's in it later on. The bottom line is the suite is $2.5 million.
Oh my God.
The suite itself.
Yeah.
That's
$2.5 million to have it for the game.
But it comes with the food.
Of course. Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. I left that part out.
a lot
You're
of
right.
popcorn,
And
Steve.
chicken fingers.
Yeah.
Steve, and I heard they have that honey mustard.
Yeah.
But
all right.
listen,
all right, I'll make it work.
You said a house or a car. How about
A
a
suite.
life?
Yeah.
Oh
A
my God.
life
Yeah.
or a
lifetime.
suite.
In fact,
your entire life.
a good life.
Paid for.
A good life with travel.
Jesus, it's insane. Okay. Anyway, I digress.
No.
The Goonies. Let's talk about them. They may never
They're
say
rich.
They may never say die, but they did say yes to coming together as one of their own was being honored. We have a clip of this, Casey. Kei Kwan, who played Data, of course, and we've had on our program, is wonderful. He received the honor of getting his hand and footprints in cement at the TCL Chinese Theater on Monday. On hand for the ceremony were Goonies screenwriter Chris Columbus and co-stars Corey Feldman, Jeff Cohen, Kerry Green, and Josh Brolin. So cool that they all got together for this.
I think it is. Yeah.
So Kwan is an Academy Award winner. He won for Everything Everywhere All at Once. But he says that he'd be thrilled to be a Goonie once again. He said, I love that movie so much. This is one of the greatest adventures of my life, and I'd be so happy to revisit that character and, of course, go on another Goonies adventure with my fellow Goonies. Here is, I hope I didn't steal his clip, but this is what he had to say.
I could not be happier for
This
you.
is Josh Brolin.
Yeah,
Josh
yeah.
Brolin speaking on behalf.
We all are, all us Goonies here, for an honor that is not only totally deserved, but celebrates all that is right in this industry. Love you, pal.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, and he's getting emotional, and I love that he proudly refers to him and the collective as the Goonies.
As the Goonies. That's awesome. So they're working on, making that happen.
Yeah.
We will see if it's if we ever get the official green light.
By the way, look at the drastic style change for Corey Feldman. Is that Corey Feldman there? With
It is with the blonde hair. So he's
Yeah.
got blonde, spiked up hair.
Looks
you know
like
what?
Heat miser.
I'm okay with that.
As am I.
I think stay away from that dark, drippy,
Stop it.
weird style
Michael
around
Jackson.
his
Yeah,
Michael
Michael
Jackson thing
Jackson.
around his face. This is a better look for him.
Yeah.
The glasses are stupid, but
Yeah.
this is a good look for
He's
him.
making progress.
Yeah.
He's working on it.
And Kerry Green looks good. I thought I had heard that she
had-
had
yeah.
a rough go for a little bit.
She does look good. Good for
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, this is a scary story, man. Ewan McGregor has an obsessed stalker, and he's taken some steps. The actor has filed a restraining order against a woman named Angelica Garentz. And according to court documents, Garentz sees herself as Ewan's spurned lover and believes his wife, actress Mary Elizabeth Winstead, stole him from her. Things ramped up when Garentz drove from Minnesota to California and showed up Christmas Eve at the home of his ex-wife where Ewan, Mary, and their children were all celebrating the holidays. And since then, McGregor alleges that Garentz has made deadly threats while referencing the TV show Dexter and a sniper rifle she was researching.
I also heard that there were references to the movie The Da Vinci Code in her threats. Did you read that as well?
Not in this
Yeah,
story,
yeah.
but I wouldn't doubt it, man. She sounds loony.
Yeah.
A judge granted the TRO, which requires Garentz to stay 100 yards away from Ewan's family and his ex-wife, and must have no contact with them whatsoever.
Do you notice that
Wow.
it is so often the case with these stalkers who are in love and are just, the absolute adoration. It eventually turns to anger and I have to kill you.
Yeah.
It's like John Hinckley.
Yeah.
John Hinckley adored Jodie Foster and was driving to kill her when he took that.
Yeah, it's the
Detour.
if I can't have you,
No one
one
can.
can.
Yeah.
So it's that bizarre syndrome. Sandra Bullock is speaking out against social media scams that have been using her name to deceive fans. She said, my family's safety, as well as the innocent people being taken advantage of, is my deep concern.
Oh, boy.
Emphasizing that she has no official accounts. She said, please be aware that I do not participate in any forms of social media.
I feel like an idiot, Preston, because I just bought a Sandra Bullock backhoe.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, it still could be a good piece of equipment.
It hasn't come yet.
Any accounts pretending to be me or anyone associated with me are fake accounts and have been created for financial gain or to exploit people around me. Her sister, a woman named Jazine, never heard that before, Jazine Bullock Prado, has also been battling fake profiles, sharing in a post to social media. I spent multiple times a day reporting fakes, dealing with weird and scary emails to my business and home. She noted these scammers often convince victims to send large sums of money, falsely believing that they are speaking to Bullock or her associates.
So to this point, I've seen literal and listen, let your radar go up. Always be suspicious. Literal videos of Kevin Costner. You know he's been AI altered, talking about the benefits of some medication. At some award show, they redid his mouth and the audio, and he's talking about some, I don't know, whether it be memory or a thing or whatever. I need it now, but or hair restore or whatever. But there's no way Kevin Costner's doing a commercial like that.
Yeah, you got to be. It's going to get worse until they find out a way to safeguard this stuff. So. We shall see.
Like Judi Dench's commercial for Flex Seal.
Doggy!
It's exquisite. I turned the door to my water closet into a canoe.
Oh,
doggy. Doggy.
Dame Judi Dench.
Yes.
Man.
That's royalty there.
Well. Speaking of royalty, perfect segue. Meghan Markle is using her platform to help wildlife victims and even made a Teens Day with a special gift from Billie Eilish. She wrote on Instagram, "Let's keep supporting those affected by the California wildfires." In the heartfelt post, the Duchess of Sussex recalled meeting a 15-year-old girl in California whose home burned down and learning that all she wanted back was her T-shirt from Eilish's recent concert. And she said, "I don't know Billie Eilish, but I am going to figure out how to get you this shirt." And then she promised exhausting all of her celeb connections until a package arrived with clothes, a signed album, and a lunchbox from the singer. And she wrote, "Huge thank you, Billie Eilish. This is going to mean so much to her." And she also gave a shout out to Adam Levine and Bahati Prinsloo, who helped get this over the line, she said. So just helping out with a couple of people here and there. Travis Kelce remained coy about proposing to Taylor Swift at a recent press conference ahead of the Super Bowl. A reporter asked him if he was going to ask for her hand at the game, and he was ready with a line. He said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" with a smile.
So let me ask you, in that scenario, if you're Travis Kelce and you're dating Taylor Swift, and everything's going well, would the Super Bowl victory, would that be the place to propose?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so, right?
No.
That's his moment.
Yeah.
If they win.
That's not about her.
That's not about her.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's stupid.
But
Stop asking him
here's the
dumb
deal.
questions.
Betting companies, obviously you can bet on pretty much anything, and it's a bet as to whether he will propose
I would
to
bet
her
against that.
at the game.
You know why? And it's also problematic. What if they lose, obviously?
Right.
You know?
He's got the ring in the back pocket.
Let's get this started the wrong way.
He's got it in his job.
Speaking of Travis and Taylor, did you guys see the clip of Miles Teller on Colbert last night?
We have.
Okay.
We're going to play a clip of that right after this. So,
Gotcha.
fans are going to have to tune in to find out if it happens or not, but you can bet on it if you want to. Miles Teller was on Colbert and was asked about hobnobbing in the suites with the Swifties and everybody, and this is what he had to say about that.
So now it's Chiefs Eagles. Are you going to go say hi?
Absolutely not. I'll see Jason. I'll see Jason at some point.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can't. I mean, for Philadelphia sports fans,
yes,
you just bleed it. There's no. I've never been one of those people who have this is my East Coast team and this is my West Coast team.
Yeah.
BS, man.
Yeah.
You got one for life, and your uncle has it tattooed on his leg.
That's his
Which you may have gotten here on our show.
Yes, yeah.
Wow, so that's cool. I'm happy hearing that from him. Let's see. Lily Collins is embracing motherhood and sharing sweet moments with fans. And just days after announcing the birth of her daughter, Tove Jane McDowell, she reposted a photo of herself pushing a stroller, calling the moment utter bliss. And they welcomed the baby via surrogate and expressed deep appreciation, writing in a post, "Words will never express our endless gratitude for our incredible surrogate and everyone who helped us along the way." However, their surrogacy journey sparked online debate, prompting Charlie McDowell to call out unkind messages that they've been receiving. The director reminded people in the comments that, and I quote, "It's okay to not be an expert on surrogacy. It's okay not to know why someone might need a surrogate to have a child. And it's okay to spend less time spewing hateful words into the world, especially in regards to a beautiful baby girl who has brought a lot of love into people's lives."
It's not invited. It's, it's a special thing. Yeah. It obviously means the world to them. I have no doubt this child's going to be loved. We let it go.
Yeah, exactly. And there may be a reason. You have no idea why they wanted to choose surrogacy, or maybe it was their only choice.
Or maybe they wanted to make sure they could attend the Met Gala.
Maybe that's fine. So they're doing all right. This is kind of funny. Adrian Brody's social media went crazy after Kim Kardashian accidentally tagged him in an Instagram story thinking he was Adam Brody.
Oh, that's great.
The reality star was praising Adam's Golden Globe nomination for the Netflix show Nobody Wants This, but got the names confused. He said, so Adrian Brody said she blew up my internet on The Tonight Show. Fallon asked if Adrian gets mistaken for the OC star often, to which he admitted a few people have mixed them up since this incident. And he recalled a funny moment at dinner when a fan hesitated before asking, "Are you Adam Brody?" and then awkwardly apologized before walking into the women's restroom. He said, "I said, that's the women's restroom." And he said, "Yeah, I'm sorry." And then he walked out.
I know.
Yeah, I know. This is what I do.
I'm doing some upskirts.
So I was happy to see this morning. SpongeBob SquarePants' tiniest villain is facing his biggest challenge yet, winning back his wife. In Netflix movie Plankton the movie, Plankton's computer wife Karen is fed up with decades of failed schemes, declaring, "I'm going to do what you could never do," before setting off on her own world domination plan. Realizing that he's lost both his partner in crime and his love of his life, Plankton begrudgingly agrees to help SpongeBob and his friends save Bikini Bottom. The movie, premiering on Netflix March 7th, marks the second SpongeBob spin-off film following Saving Bikini Bottom, the Sandy Cheeks movie. So Plankton gets his own movie.
I've always been a massive Plankton fan.
Yes.
Some of the biggest, hardiest laughs come from Plankton and SpongeBob.
Yep.
If you play any of the video games, he's always a blast.
Yep. So Ethan Hawke is bringing one of his favorite classic films back to life with a fresh retelling of The Gunfighter. The four-time Oscar nominee is set to co-write the script with Shelby Gaines, and while there's apparently hope that he'll direct, insiders say that he's only signed on to write and produce, noting the project is still in early development. The 1950 Gregory Peck Western follows a notorious outlaw trying to escape his past. Hawke revealed that he first discovered the film after hearing Bob Dylan's song Brownsville Girl and wondering about the Western referenced in the lyrics, and it became one of his favorite movies.
It's a really good movie. Yeah. Are you a fan of Westerns?
Some of them, yeah, I do. There are times I'll go through phases where I like them for a little while and then I get tired of them.
When you have a good one, they're terrific.
Yeah. All right, we're ready. You roll the clips, gang. All-American continues the story of the Beverly High School football team by developing staple characters. And in this clip, Kareem Grimes talks about the growth of his former gang member turned English teacher character.
Be able to look after these young men and women that, may be on a path of destruction, to say, hey, listen, this is where you need to go. I've been there before. You don't want this for your life. So, but more importantly, you'll see a lot of just the relationship that he builds with his daughter.
You sound insane.
Season 7 of All-American airs on the CW. Next clip. Love Me is a sci-fi film that questions human consciousness through the lens of AI using social media to imitate life. Here, Kristen Stewart talks about being completely opposite from her influencer character.
I already kind of had like a well-rounded relationship with how I bounced off of it, and I didn't want to deepen that relationship. It felt pretty deep. And so I have more fun on a private Instagram. I don't know that I need to have like a direct line to the public.
I don't give a
Love Me is in theaters right now, by the way.
Have you thought about, I mean, there's a lot of quality stuff entertainment-wise that's out there.
Yeah.
And the audience has been split, down to little micro groups that are aware of these different things.
Yeah.
Things used to carry a lot more sort of a wave of, oh, have you heard? And these things sort of come and go to a hyper audience, if that makes any sense.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's interesting. It's there's a little less communal conversation about shows and things like that. But
there'll be times that you'll be reporting on a series none of us have heard of, and we're sure you're going to announce the debut day, and it's the series finale.
Yeah.
I mean, he just said it with All American. He's like season 7. I was like, wow, okay.
But the weird thing is that like so much of it is really great. too.
Yeah.
There's so much good content out there, but there's no way anyone can consume all of it.
Simply can't do it.
Yep. That's why we'll tell you what to
Yes.
watch.
Right.
That's what we
Obey.
do. Yeah,
It's our
please.
job.
All right, so we have a busy day today. We love it that way. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day. Those guys are in New Orleans. They're broadcasting live, Mike and Alex. So we'll say hi to them at about 7:55 this morning. Our Pep Rally concert series continues. The Academy of Vocal Arts. They've been here before. They're incredible. They're going to sing the Eagles fight song. They've done that here before.
Yes, they have.
And we'll see if we can get some more out of them as well. And speaking of singing and the Pep Rally concert series, Lzzy Hale of Hailstorm is checking in with us this morning around 10 o'clock.
Love her.
And she is going to be singing the fight song. And we're stoked to get her rendition of that as well. And we got a contest we're going to play at some point this morning. It might be next. I don't know. We need to have a little conference here while we take a commercial break and figure out how the day is going to roll out. So we'll come back in just a moment. We hope that you will stay with us because we'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 W.
They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the SWAT.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one like lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No, right. I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait, and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front two little hands, if it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then bam! Nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies.
That's cool.
Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to doing that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that compared to us, basically, they see things that they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a bucket hat.
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So in general, the smaller
Did
the
they
species,
capture a fly and interrogate him?
the faster its critical flicker. They put a light in front of him.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
He starts smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general, the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical flicker fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
and has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So It's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off. That's the flicker.
Right.
Before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right. So even though
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So so what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How do they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current.
I assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptor.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How do they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
This
masseuse.
is good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do.
Ooh, I love it.
For your fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Bestie.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin spice latte.
I know.
And
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
How about dinner and a fall-themed movie?
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
a-
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bacon apple pie together.
Yes.
Okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of, like Allure magazine or,
Yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity.
Walk to the end of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
That's just all over the place.
What is it?
SEPTA is all over the place.
This is so scenic.
Is that Chester?
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasburg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasburg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's out by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
An engineer,
for them. Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But case along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Does SEPTA
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got some
shoot.
great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there like raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah, we're
Family
doing
photo shoot?
it, Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely. With spice latte, SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look, I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some Silent but Deadlies.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some
penis.
SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent but Deadly. SPGs.
CVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL is something
penis.
very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
D
just,
sucking lips.
yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, guys.
We used to say
it's a
DSB,
little-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
That's
DSB.
here.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are white.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is
it.
These are fall activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, Romano.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up, DSL.
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow.
How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
that
know.
for that,
That's the
but,
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talk about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga?
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman, Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yeah.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor
Right.
that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
Alleyways,
In
yeah,
alleyways. And here it is. Yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
Unusual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh my God! Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
Nobody's ever said that.
Oh my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
It actually physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is peak lazy. Walmart has revealed it is testing a service in Silicon Valley that delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass.
right, is this because
help you pack your ass?
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep?
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that they're...
WMMR.
Nick just pulled up this little info stat on Bob Marley. It would have been his birthday tomorrow. Would have been his 80th birthday tomorrow. He died at 36 years old.
I just watched completely through in one intact movie, that biopic that came out. We talked to the actor who played him. Yeah. It's very good.
Is it good?
It's very good. And yeah, I mean,
it's an extraordinary story.
It blows your mind. And then he died of basically skin cancer.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Let me see. What are we doing, Marissa? Are we going to talk to somebody right now? You're calling her. Okay. All right. So we're gonna do a little Birdbot update.
Please.
I have to thank Kyle Mack for creating this little jingle. I love it. Birdbot is heading out on a wing and a prayer from Broad Street to Bourbon Street. Will he get there? Only time will find out, and whether or not he survives his time in the Big Easy and then makes his way back. I don't know. It's all up to the public. And we got an update earlier. Birdbot was with listener Brian. He was ecstatic, had a hell of a day yesterday. And he also indicated that he might end up in the hands of someone who we have on the line now. So we're going to welcome a gal who we've gotten to know very well over the last few days. Her name is Helen. Good morning, Helen.
Helen.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning to you. All right, Helen, I understand at Pizzeria Vetri you had a special visitor yesterday.
Casey boy blew my mind, guys.
So
I was blown away. I'm like, what's up, dude?
Yeah, so yesterday, Casey had some business in the area where you guys are located in Devon, and you decided to just swing by unannounced, right, Case?
Yeah, so I found out yesterday from a little birdie named Nick that Helen worked at Pizzeria Vetri, and I was in the area. I had to go pick up a computer in Radnor, which is about 2 miles down the road from Pizzeria Vetri.
Can I give just a quick backstory? So we've had Helen on the show 3 or 4 days, I think, this week, and so my friend Jong was in Pizzeria Vetri the other day, and Jong was wearing her Eagles colors, and Helen could not stop talking to Jong, my friend, shared the entire story. So I was sharing this with Casey and Preston yesterday, and then Casey made his way out to Pizzeria Vetri yesterday.
And it was a really
so cool.
It was a really funny exchange because I get there, I walk in the door, and Helen is sitting at this like little bar area. And I'm walking in, and there's this guy named Wyatt who is, he's making pizzas. And Wyatt and I kind of lock eyes, and he looks at me, he goes, "Wait, are you?" And I go, yeah. And then Helen looks at me, she's like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I go, "Are you Helen?" And she looks at me like sideways, like, "Yeah." She's like, "How do you know me? How do you know my name?" Right? And we just had this really funny exchange for about 10 seconds where she was like, "Who is this guy? What's his angle? What's he going for?" And then I was like, "I'm Casey boy." She's like, "Ow!" And then from that point on, I couldn't really even speak. It was she was just beside herself. I mean, she took over. But then there's a guy around the corner whose name is Carl. And he's like, "Dude," and he starts like taking his shirt off. And Carl got a tattoo from RC for Tattoos Day.
Oh, that's wild.
He's literally got a Preston. He's got a Preston and Steve tattoo at the base of his neck, in between his shoulder blades. And so, like, these three people are huge Uber Preston and Steve and WMMR fans, and then they got Rick, who's the manager of the place, and then the guy
awesome, man.
Rob, who didn't really care, but oh my God! And I ended up hanging out there for probably a good half hour, just getting a little bit of Helen's life story, and wow, you have lived a life, Helen.
I'm ready for you guys. I'm telling you, I'm going to make you so proud. I'm so on top of this.
No, we believe you 100%. Casey was blown away. He sent us the video that he took right after your encounter, and everyone responded and was thrilled. And we're thinking, again, as President said, since the get-go, we really can only sort of try to suggest that it ends up in your hands.
Yeah.
And right now, that looks like that's what's in play.
Yeah, and so we posted the video. I apologize, Helen. And there were some comments in the comment section about us controlling, or me trying to control. Listen, I can't control anything. And I told her, and at one point she thought I brought Birdbot with me, and I'm like, "Helen, I don't have Birdbot with me, and I can't promise that Birdbot is going to end up in your hands. I can't. We can try and finesse it along. Our goal all along was to get Birdbot in a car on its way to New Orleans.
That's it.
And Helen is the only person who's called in thus far
in the time frame we want it to happen in.
Yes, and
Let's
so
do it.
Let's do it. So we would love for it to get into Helen's hands. If it doesn't, that's not our call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Helen, you mentioned the other day that there's a TV station that's following you. Are you on Instagram? I can't find your Instagram account.
I am on Instagram. I'm Helen.Arney, Arney. We are being followed by WFMZ Television, Channel 69 in the Lehigh Valley.
Yeah.
As well, Insomnia Cookies, Tasty Cakes. I mean, everybody's reached out to me saying, "Hey, can we follow you too?" And I'm like, "You can all follow me because I'm going to have the time of my life, and I'm bringing back a Super Bowl."
Like, this is crazy. So she's got all these sponsors, right? The TV station, Insomnia. You said
Wawa.
Wawa. Yeah, Wawa's another
No,
one.
listen, absolutely. You listen. The collective, and Helen, just looking at the people you work with, and I know you're bringing down a bunch of people as well. You guys are the epitome of Eagles fans, and you're going to roll in style.
In style.
Yeah.
So I actually upgraded my car to an Escalade so Birdbot gets a comfortable seat, and he's about ready to have the time of his life.
Well, so by the way, Helen, we got a call from listener Brian earlier this morning who had Birdbot in his possession this morning, and he's going to pass along to apparently another group who is going to make it to you at some point today. That's what we've been told. Whether it happens or not, we don't know, but that is the word. So you will be at work today, right?
Yes, I am. So can I tell you? So I've already talked to Amanda, who owns the popsicle truck.
Okay.
She is taking the Birdbot to the Liberty Bell today.
Yep.
To the Children's Hospital, and then she's coming to me.
Okay.
All right.
That's wonderful.
Here's another reason why I would love for Birdbot to get into Helen's hands. Now, she threw out the name Jelly Roll the other day. And I was like, yeah, of course. Like, yeah, she'll go to a Jelly Roll concert, blah, blah. No, so her son is a world-class musician, guitarist, and actually plays and have played with Bob Weir. Like, he actually has connections. Who is your son again? What is his name?
Oh, my God, he's going to kill me. My son is Ken Mogul. He's actually done all of Bob Weir's closing shows after every concert. You guys probably have seen him. Does all the Fish closing shows. So he's worked with a lot of people. You know, after the concerts, the band goes and has fun in a bar or whatever. But my son always does the closing shows for Bob Weir.
Well, that's awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Cool.
So listen, we can then be fairly certain that Birdbot's going to get an amazing tour with you because you guys have a whole itinerary set up in New Orleans,
so
correct?
Everybody knows the Jelly Roll concert is free. You had to sign up to be able to go to the Jelly Roll concert. It is all free.
All right, cool.
All right.
So everything sounds like it's in play, and then hopefully, and Marissa's keeping track of everything. Hopefully, it gets into your hands. I think it's going to 2 good locations, including the Children's Hospital. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So
cool.
And you're
very,
right.
Very cool.
Right now on the clock, on the schedule. Your time of departure is tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct. We actually think we're going to leave an hour earlier because the ice storm's coming and we want to get out of here.
Oh, that's right.
Smart.
Good idea.
Smart.
Head south. It's going to be warm, by the way, down south. It's going to be nice in New Orleans. It's going to be like 79, 80 degrees.
We're all bringing our big Eagles gear, and we're like, yeah, maybe we should bring our Eagles T-shirts. So.
Yes.
Yeah. Hell yes. All right, Helen, we feel good about this. And when you get possession of Birdbot, let us know about it, okay?
I will definitely be talking to you, Casey Boy. Thank you for making my day. You guys rock.
Oh, yeah, I love it. All right, thank you, Helen. I think we got him in capable hands. That should be a colorful few days, and so it should be in New Orleans.
By the way, Helen does not really look like her voice.
No.
I expected something entirely different.
No doubt. The same thing. And by the way, Nick, that little complex where the Pizzeria Vetri is awesome. Like Waterloo Gardens, is that, or now it's called like Terrain or something like that?
It used to be Waterloo Gardens, and then, now it's Terrain, and I think there's an Urban Outfitters there. Yeah,
okay.
it's a really nice spot. And, I had no idea that Helen worked there either.
All right, so we got a little time to play with, right? Like 15 minutes or so. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day and check in with Mike and Alex from New Orleans. So there's something that dawned on me, and I'm like, I need to turn this into a way for us to play around with this on air. So anytime that you hear the Eagles chant occur, the majority of us don't join in until the letter G is said.
Right.
Okay, so there's usually one, and then maybe one or two other people will pick up on the E and get in the A, and then everybody else comes in on G-L-E-S. So you hear some dude will just go E, A, and then you're like, oh, I've noticed G-L-E-S, and you're in for it. So I want to play a game, in case if you'll give me a little bit of dialing music here. I want to play a game called the EA game.
Yes.
And we will give an example, and we have different prizes to give away for this. If you want to play, you can call in, but you'll need to hear the example of how this will play. I am going to give you a clue as to a word that I want you to shout out like the Eagles chant. But here's the deal. I will give you a clue as to what the word is, a semi-definition of sorts, and then I will go E, A, and then you shout out the rest of the word by spelling it. And I'll give you an example of this with Casey.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Which one is it so I can spell it right?
I'm not, no. You're going to play it like anybody else, okay? So I will give you the clue.
Okay.
This is a yellow, gooey substance that collects in your audio canal. Okay, this is a yellow, gooey substance that collects in your audio canal.
All right, then can you do it?
All right, I'll do it with Kathy then.
All
right. E-A.
R-W-A-X.
Earwax.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I got that.
And that's how you play the game.
I love it.
215-263-WMMR. I have it. Now, after exhausting that one, I have 13 of them.
All right.
That we can go through. And these are all words that start with EA, and you have to fill it in the rest of the way. Some of them are more difficult than others. Some of them are just dead-on gimmies.
Okay.
Very, very, very simple. But some take a little bit of thought to them. 215-263-WMMR is our number, and we've got a variety of different prizes that we will have your opportunity to win. So, are you usually the one who, do you ever start it, the Eagles chant?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. In fact, the last game I started it, I think once or twice. I started it definitely at our tailgate.
Okay.
The best is because I'm on the upper level when you're going up the escalator because it's just this tunnel of people.
Chanting.
And it's so easy. It's so easy to start a chant, especially when you're like in a playoff scenario or they just won.
One of my favorites is Jose's, our former janitor's.
I think he did it better than the mayor, personally. he misspelled it. How long ago was that? 20 years ago? Maybe more than 20 years ago? Casey's going to try and find that, but it was Jose, our old maintenance worker.
It was when the Eagles were in the Super Bowl in Jacksonville.
That's right.
God. So we were still a Y100, obviously, because Jose was still working with us.
Yeah. Do you have it, Case?
I don't know where it is. Hang on.
Okay, it's all right. We're going to try out the game and see if you can play along. And there might be a little confusion as we get started, but as we go along, I think people will figure it out. We'll start off easy. So I'm going to go to listener Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning, bud. Rattlers to you, sir. All right, Casey, did you find it? All right,
I did.
hold on. Casey's going to play the Jose Eagles.
E-A-G-E-S, Eagles.
All right, so, Paul, I'll explain this one more time. I'm going to give you a definition of a word that starts with E-A. I will then, after you have a moment to think about the definition, I will begin the chant. I will say E-A, and then you have to spell the rest of the word like the Eagles chant. Do you get it?
I get it.
All right, let's start with an easy one, Paul. Here we go. It's the opposite of late. It is the opposite of late. Here we go, Paul. E-A.
R-L-Y.
Early! Yes!
That's how you do it.
That's how you play the game. All right, Case, what are we going to get for Paul?
Hey, Paul, you just won yourself a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of Becoming Led Zeppelin. It's going to be on February 10th.
Oh, wow.
This is a day after the Eagles win the Super Bowl. And the February 10th to the 12th at the UA King of Prussia IMAX Theater. This is a unique opportunity to immerse yourself in the fascinating journey of one of rock's most iconic bands. The film offers an in-depth look into the rise of Led Zeppelin, featuring rare interviews, behind-the-scenes footage, and classic performances that highlight their legendary status in music history. You can see it in theaters beginning February 14th from Sony Picture Classics.
By the way, I got a text here that says, wow, Kathy loves a contest idea. What is this world coming to?
I told Preston I liked this idea.
All right, so we all shout, by the way, the word together, okay, at the end, just like we yell Eagles. All right, we'll go next to Justin. Justin, are you there, bud?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, we're playing the EA game. I got one for you. Ready?
All right.
All right. It is the jewelry that dangles from your lobes in hoops, studs, and teardrops. And I'll read this twice for everybody. Okay. It is the jewelry that dangles from your lobes in hoops, studs, and teardrops. All right, here we go, Justin. E-A.
R-I-N-G.
Earring! Missing an R, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
He got it. He knows the word.
This is not a spelling test, right?
I mean, if it's way off, it will be, but Justin's a winner.
All right, Justin, you also won yourself a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of Becoming Led Zeppelin, February 10th through the 12th at UA King of Prussia IMAX Theater. And this is a unique opportunity to immerse yourself in the fascinating journey of one of rock's most iconic bands. You can see it in theaters beginning February 14th from Sony Pictures Classics.
All right, we'll go next to another Paul on the line. Hey, Paul, morning, bud.
Good welcome.
Good welcome to see you, Paul. All right, so I'm gonna give you another easy one.
All right.
Then we'll start making them a little bit more. None of these are hard per se, but this one is stupid easy. Paul, you better get this. Here we go. It's the planet you live on. You know, it's the planet you live on. Paul, here we go. E-A.
R-T-H.
Earth! Yes! That is correct. Hang on.
Paul, you won a pair of tickets as MMR rocks an evening with Dream Theater 40th anniversary tour this Friday at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Nice.
All right, we'll go on to our next caller, who is Thomas. Yo, Thomas, morning.
Good morning.
All right, Thomas. This one's a little more challenging than the other ones, but I have faith in you, my friend. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, this is another name for any kind of a restaurant. Cafe, bistro, diner, drive-through are all known as one of these. Okay, I'll give it to you again. This is a nickname for any kind of a restaurant. Cafe, bistro, diner, drive-through are known as one of these. Here we go, Thomas. E-A.
T-E-R-Y.
Eatery! Yes!
All right.
Nice job. Hang on, Thomas.
Thomas, you won a pair of tickets as MMR rocks an evening with Dream Theater 40th anniversary tour this Friday at the Met in Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now and still remain at Ticketmaster.com.
By the way, a couple of texts are coming in. We are not doing EA Sports, by the way.
No.
It's in the game.
It's in the game. All right, we're going to go next to Colleen. Hi there, Colleen.
Good morning. You guys rock.
We love you, Colleen. All right, we're playing the EA game. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Colleen, here is the definition of this next word. This was a tough day for Jesus. All right, we're going to see if you know what this is. This is a tough day for Jesus. Here we go. E-A.
S-T-E-R.
Easter! That is correct. And what are we going to give her, Case?
All right, we also have a pair of tickets as MMR rocks an evening with Dream Theater 40th anniversary tour this Friday at the Met in Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale right now via Ticketmaster.
Got a text from somebody says this is a great game. We're going to play it at our Super Bowl party. Go Birds. Yes, you could do that. Problem is their EA is not a popular start for words.
It's not like TH.
I had to dig, and there are some that are like, 10-letter words, and I wasn't going to include those in here. Mine are fairly compact to make it easier for the game. But you can play this at home. All right, we'll go to Katie next. Hi there, Katie.
Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. All right, the EA game. You ready to play?
Born ready.
All right, this is it.
Born ready.
This is where the Wicked Witch of the West's sister is from. Is her sister,
Her
dog.
sister!
All right.
Where's your
Get
shirt?
on a bubble, bro.
Katie, you already win, in my opinion, personally. All right, so a crown and a bubble. All right, so it is where the Wicked Witch of the West's sister is from. Here we go, Katie. E-A.
S-T.
East! Yes!
Couldn't be easier.
Simple one for you. All right, here's Katie's prize.
All right, Katie, this is our last pair of tickets as MMR rocks an evening with Dream Theater 40th anniversary tour, and that show is going to be this Friday at the Met in Philadelphia. But tickets are on sale right now via Ticketmaster.
All right, up next is Marianne. Hi there, Marianne. Good morning.
Good
Go Birds! All right, Marianne, you've called in at a time where I think I'm going to throw the most difficult one at you. But
Oh, awesome.
I know.
You'll
but
get it.
But I have faith. These are fairly simple words. The spelling may be an issue.
Could I interrupt you just for 1 second?
Please, what do you have?
I just wanted to let you know that I know Helen, and she is the definition of Philly and an Eagles fan.
Oh, that's awesome to hear that. That's great.
I know her personally. She gathered a bunch of people for the parade last time. Like, she's amazing.
I love it. I think we've got the perfect person to take Birdbot to New Orleans. So thank you for the verification, Marianne. All right, here we go with the game. This is your clue for the EA word. If you're a painter, you need one of these to put your canvas on while you're working. If you are a painter, you need one of these to put your canvas on while you're working. Marianne, here we go. E-A.
S-L-E.
I will give it to her. It's EASEL, but clearly,
yes, she knew.
Listen, it didn't stop the mayor from misspelling Eagles, so we're good on that. Yeah, the passion is there. All right, here's what we have for you, Marianne.
Marianne, we do have a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of Becoming Led Zeppelin. This is going to be February 10th to the 12th at the UA King of Prussia IMAX Theater. This is a unique opportunity to immerse yourself in the fascinating journey of one of rock's most iconic bands. You can see it in theaters beginning February 14th from Sony Picture Classics. And by the way, Kathy, your cousin, Victoria, who did the balloon thing, she has ELGSES Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
In the,
on one of the balloons.
The better spelling.
It's great. And in fact, was it her son or daughter who saw it and goes, Mom, that's spelled wrong.
Yeah, her son.
It's excellent. And you can see it on our wall here in the studio. By the way, her info is Balloons by Victoria DZ on Instagram if you want to check out her account. It's amazing stuff. All right, up next we have listener Noelle. Hi there, Noelle.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Noelle. All right, so while this is not the most difficult of our words, it is the lengthiest of our words to spell. So I just want to give you that. And are you ready to play?
Yeah, as ready as I'm going to be.
Here is your clue, Noelle. It's what the Richter scale measures. It's what the Richter scale measures. Noelle, here we go. E-A.
R-T-H-Q-U-A-K-E.
Earthquake! Yes! Nailed it. She nailed it. Hang on, Noelle.
We have a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of Becoming Led Zeppelin, February 10th through the 12th at the UA King of Prussia IMAX Theater. And it's a unique opportunity to immerse yourself in the fascinating journey of one of rock's most iconic bands. You can see it in theaters beginning February 14th from Sony Picture Classics.
Think of that sound system for an IMAX theater. Yeah.
By the way, we're batting 1,000, folks.
Well, yes.
Oh, nice. Every single one of these, everyone has gotten. I've got a few more. Casey, keep me on time because we have to check in with those guys in New Orleans on Fox 29. Want to make sure we don't miss it. All right, we'll go next to Mike. Yo, Mike.
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's all right, Mike. Playing a game, the EA game. I'm going to give you your clue. Let's see if you can spell out the word we have for you. All right, and these, like I said, I've kept them simple. The dangly, fleshy things under your ear canal. All right, I'll say that again. The dangly, fleshy things hanging under your ear canal. Here we go. E-A.
R-L-O-B-E.
Earlobe. Absolutely correct. Hang on a second, Mike.
Mike, you won yourself a pair of tickets to see Sam Morrill, the Errors Tour, and it's going to be this Thursday. That is tomorrow at the Miller Theater. Tickets are on sale right now via Ticketmaster.
All right. Next up, we have...
You can do like two more.
Two more? All right. We'll go to Paul next. Hey there, Paul. Hey. All right, Paul. You ready, buddy?
Yes.
All right. This one's a little bit tricky, but I think you can get this. All right. When you want to do something really, really bad, you are very what? Okay. When you want to do something really, really bad, you are very what? Here we go. E-A.
Do not know.
Oh,
Sorry
I thought
about
that was
that.
a gimme.
Sorry about that, Paul. All right. That was E-A-G-E-R.
Eager.
Yeah. All right. We'll go to Heather. This is the last one. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Go Birds!
Go Birds!
Go Birds. All right. Heather, let's do this one. Here we go. These keep your ears warm in the winter, and it's also a game you play with kids when you want to drop an F-bomb. All right. These keep your ears warm in the winter, and it's also a game you play with kids when you want to drop an F-bomb around them. Here we go. E-A.
R-M-U-S-S-S.
Earballs! Heather, you win! You got it. Hang on.
Heather, you won yourself a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of Becoming Led Zeppelin, February 10th through the 12th at the UA King of Prussia IMAX Theater. This is a unique opportunity to immerse yourself in the fascinating journey of one of rock's most iconic bands, and the film offers an in-depth look at the rise of Led Zeppelin, featuring rare interviews, behind-the-scenes footage, and classic performances that highlight their legendary status in music history. And you can see it in theaters beginning February 14th from Sony Picture Classics.
All right. Thank you, guys. There's the EA game. Gave away some prizes, made some people happy, and yeah.
Except for one, man.
Yeah.
Everyone got it.
Yeah. Pretty damn solid. All right, we have to take a break because we are going to go live to New Orleans. We're going to check in with Fox 29, Mike and Alex when we return. Bizarre File stories on the way, too. Make sure you stay put.
Preston and Steve.
Pack the frozen food and the perishable foods. They have ice packs to keep it like fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to
we
keep
have
them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do you know
can
what?
actually throw some of them out
If
if
you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer.
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever. But
can't you return them?
I guess you could.
It's just plastic with
hang on.
water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Wait,
not,
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
no, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No
No,
thanks.
and then no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
But
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh,
What?
that would be a great idea.
wait a
I will
Okay.
bet you
Oh.
a shopping spree
Oh.
that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting. Than
Well,
shopping
what's
spree.
his?
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah, complete the
You
rip
have to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
Back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
down.
down.
Rip
right
the
now.
rest of your shirt.
Yeah.
And you got a bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
You have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking news. Don't do it.
Too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in
Breaking news. Do.
saying that they've opened those things up, and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Saks, Preston, right after the show.
Sex?
Sex right after
yeah.
the show. Wow.
Sex after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh. Well, I don't read things.
Here's somebody says I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Another level.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be thinking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called Clean Sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste. Yeah.
Yeah, you could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
oh yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the
little containers,
propane tanks, right?
the mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your trash
I didn't
provider.
get my trash delivered this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot? Sorry, sir.
What am I paying for?
Do you want general trash, or do you want hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with large,
Some boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that make me look important. All right, sir.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's number one trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. If you're just tuning in, it's Michael Cutlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you have 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
And Chinaman.
Yeah.
Teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the.
I am that scene.
Wait, where
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the.
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But you
were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? Is this on? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
But listen, radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season. Then I watched every day, and in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix. And I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the credit. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no, last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes.
Yeah.
And that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where, you can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Bro, it's like.
Come on, dude.
It's in a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal,
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to
what?
Jesus moment.
Yeah.
There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system. Yeah. Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I just. I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head, and that's
Who is it?
Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it
Oh,
didn't
look
matter
at
who
him.
it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in. It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does,
and I would argue that these two deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters that
That's a good
cared
point.
about these characters.
Because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show, and then I realized that this is not. It's not a horror show, and I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes, and I realized that I didn't have to do that, and then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis,
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
If
A
you had
feudal society?
And how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
Even though you think, this time we'll do it different. And you see through the show, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. The show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because
the show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show, and we laugh at that, but I think it is. You get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, knowing we're right or wrong, or being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like, basically, this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
So, with the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of...
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one.
Reload!
Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cutlitz, guys. Walking Dead, 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a... Thank you very much, Kat. So about 10 seconds or so, we will hear a little bit of music start to surge, and that will mean that we are headed to New Orleans, the Big Easy, where Mike and Alex are broadcasting from. There it is, right on time. Let's see what's up with these guys.
Beautiful shot. I think that's New Orleans, isn't it?
I think so. I've only had that.
Hey, Steve-O Willie, thank you.
Oh, my God.
Sounded so good this morning. Well, let's get to Preston and Steve, because here's the subject matter, Preston and Steve. Travel is maybe the ultimate in a relationship test. You're constantly together on the road, and you learn things about people that you've never known.
That's true. And, you know, the stakes are really high when you're trying to travel to the Super Bowl to witness the Eagles win. But it makes sense, doesn't it, guys? Good morning.
Absolutely, yeah. Preston, right?
Yeah,
the process of traveling together?
And that's when you never know what can happen when you're taking a trip with someone. There can be a moment of crisis, and how do you react in that? Or moments of boredom where you have to fill time that you normally don't with your significant other or coworker or whoever it may be. Yeah.
Well, you guys are sharing a room. What's it like?
We're in completely different hotels.
Yeah, normally we would be in the same room because there is no budget at Good Day Philadelphia. So when your group travels all over the place, which member of your crew there at MMR surprises you the most on the road? For me, my guess would be Kathy.
Wow.
So I'm a planner, Mike. I think, at least for me, it doesn't surprise me, but like Marissa and I could never be travel buddies. She is last minute with everything. I mean, runs home an hour before her flight to pack. I've been packed for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then if we try to make plans about, hey, we're all going to meet for dinner tonight or something like that, like half of the people fizzle out and go off and do something else, and it's never a good coordinated effort. I don't think we travel that well.
We don't travel. And I'll tell you what, 9 times out of 10, wherever we're going, Kathy somehow gets the presidential suite.
Yeah. Yes.
I do.
I could see that.
The presidential suite.
Oh, yeah. But I think you just have to accept it's going to be different. If somebody wants to go off and do something else, let it go.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to be.
Absolutely.
For the hygiene, and some people like to keep all their stuff packed in a suitcase. Some throw it all over the place. You know, you throw your towel on the floor. Do you have the sink all wet, or do you wipe it up after you?
Yeah.
I will try to take a picture of my hotel room right now. It's horrifying. I mean, in fact, I just tell housekeeping, don't come in here until I'm gone.
That's a good idea. That's probably for the better.
Do you tip heavily to make so they can take care of the damage?
I actually do. I suggest hazmat comes in.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but I will leave a good tip. Now, I've been told by housekeeping people, if you're going to leave a tip, leave it on the pillow so that they don't think you forgot cash.
I write a note. They usually have a little notepad there, and I'll write a note and say, thanks for everything, and leave it on there. Yeah.
The pillow is for your escort. I leave it by the TV, the remote by the TV. I'll put it there.
Hey, to sidestep this conversation for just a second, guys, we have good authority that Birdbot is going to make it to you guys on Friday. Hopefully, do you know where you're going to be for the Friday broadcast so we can send them in the right direction?
Yes, we do. The Cat's Meow.
The Cat's Meow.
It'll be Central Time here, so 5 to 9 a.m.
Okay.
As long as they make it to the Cat's Meow, and we would love that, of course. So tell anybody who's coming down to New Orleans, we will be here. We'll take any and everybody. Come in and meet with us, and we'll put you on TV. And of course, we'll let you know about Birdbot.
All
Do you
right.
know where Bot is now?
Birdbot he's somewhere in the city. He's gonna be on a food truck today. We've been given good word, and he's gonna be hitting some of the major places. Like, I don't think there's been a picture with Birdbot with the Liberty Bell, and so he's gonna circulate around and eventually make it to this listener Helen, who's gonna drive down to New Orleans.
And he's also stopping at Chop. We understand, yeah.
Drive him
I
down.
love that.
Oh, yeah, we wanted to make sure that he was driving.
Sounds like a strip club, but
It's a road trip, yes.
yeah.
Karaoke bar.
Karaoke. Oh, it's a karaoke bar.
And you can follow along.
Thanks, President Steve.
Bye-bye. Birdbot travels at Birdbot Philly on Instagram. Thank you, guys. All right, we'll see you later.
Was there a bit of delay?
There's a slight delay.
I didn't hear one, no.
It's TV, gang.
By the way, the Cat's Meow is right on Bourbon Street, so right in the French Quarter, and it's just around the corner from Preservation Hall. So if you are in the French Quarter, going down for the Super Bowl or whatever, it's right at the corner of St. Peter Street and Bourbon Street, right in the heart of the French Quarter.
I've never been to the Cat's Meow. There's some weird little bars in New Orleans, man.
There's one that I've been to more than once. Excuse me. It's called Napoleon House. It's a really cool spot. It's in the French Quarter. It's got like this garden district and just an awesome, authentic New Orleans vibe to it. So I would love to see Birdbot make it to Napoleon House at some point.
Excellent. All right. Real quick before we get, I want to make sure I have any shout outs or anything I need to get. No, but you know what? I did want to mention this. I got an email from this guy who's a big listener of the show. His name is Robert Parto, and he says, "Hey, guys, I'm the general manager of Red Lobster in King of Prussia." And he let me know they had an electrical fire. And so they're trying to get the restaurant back opened up this Saturday. And he reached out and he offered up some Cheddar Bay biscuits for us. But I said, we're good. We got food coming and everything. So I just want to wish them luck. Anytime there's like a fire in the restaurant, I mean, that's a major problem.
They lose business. The people lose tips. Yes, it's not good.
So thanks for checking in, Robert. We appreciate it. And we wish you good luck with everything. All right. And also Nick wanted me to mention this. On our YouTube stream today, a contributor for a little while now has been Fit Dad CEO.
Fit Dad.
Yeah, who's got 1.6 million followers on Instagram. We had him here in the studio. He's great, and apparently he's watching along, and he is posting dad jokes left and right.
He
right?
has an unlimited supply of dad jokes, and for every one of your EA quotes or clues, Preston, he had like one for earmuffs, an earthquake, and eagles, and now he's doing a whole bunch of Star Wars dad jokes. So if you're a fan of dad jokes or just a fan of Fit Dad CEO, make sure you tune into the YouTube stream.
Nice. All right, we have B-File stories. We're going to get them now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by United Tire and Service. If our team wins the title, you'll save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. So cheer on the birds and cheering on savings. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. A 7-Eleven customer used a banana to batter a store clerk, according to Florida police.
A banana?
Yeah. So it was Caltavia Turner, 22 years old, got into a verbal altercation with the 30-year-old female worker, and the women exchanged derogatory comments towards each other. At one point, Turner became irate, picked up a banana from the cashier counter, and threw the banana at the victim's face. The airborne fruit struck the employee on the cheekbone and left a minor abrasion. According to investigators, the banana was not seized as evidence. Turner was arrested.
Call a priest!
For battery and booked into the county jail on a misdemeanor count. And police records list Turner's employer as Baby Dolls, a Clearwater Gentlemen's Club.
Oh, there you go.
About 4 miles from the 7-Eleven. Turner's being held without bond, by the way, for this banana
Doesn't
attack.
Baby Dolls offer complimentary bananas?
And the reason she's being held without bond is for violating probation in connection with a grand theft conviction in a neighboring counter. She stole about $800 from merchandise from a Walmart.
You would think if you had that looming over you that you would not engage in this kind of activity.
Regarding that felony case, Turner has previously been cited for failing to pretrial intervention program as well as not performing 75 hours of community service or paying court fines.
I bet she's a hell of a dancer, though.
Yeah.
A swimmer who was caught pleasuring his chicken at a leisure center sauna has denied that it was a sexual act. And they have
just like that. He could be my regular Saturday night thing.
They have a chicken in quotation marks, he claimed he was cold and, quote, warming it up. His chicken is his penis, so that's I don't know why they referred to it as his chicken in this story.
It's ridiculous.
It's out of the UK. I know, right,
This
Gene?
is my penis and this is my chicken, and never the two shall meet.
It's like it's like Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, this is my penis. This is my chicken.
One's for stroking, one's for licking.
Good.
This is my penis. This is my chicken.
One is for stroking, one is for licking.
That's my favorite thing so far today. Yeah. All right, so staff at the Tom Husband Leisure Center.
Tom Husband Leisure Center.
That's what it says.
It sounds like the most boring place on earth.
At Salford University, confronted Zhang. His name is Xi Zhang. He was spotted through the sauna windows by a woman who said he was staring at her while he had his shorts down below his knees.
Oh, boy.
And the prosecutor said the jets in the swimming pool had aroused him.
They can do that.
They can.
Yeah.
So he was later charged and pleaded guilty to outraging public decency. In his basis of plea, he claimed that he was, quote, cold for having been swimming and put his hands into his shorts to warm his penis. He denied engaging in any sexual act. Zhang appeared before Bolton Magistrates Court. The bench ruled against him, stating that there were inconsistencies in his story and that the act was for sexual gratification. So.
Yeah, I was thrown off by the chicken thing in the beginning.
In Australia, a woman charged over the death of her husband will no longer face a murder trial after prosecutors dropped the case against her following a sleep study. Her name is Ilkner Kalsken, was accused of stabbing her husband to death in September 2023 after the 50-year-old was found dead inside a car at north of Melbourne. So a key issue of the case for prosecutors was whether she was suffering from a deep sleep disorder and therefore not acting in a conscious and voluntary state. So she was due to face trial, but they decided to drop the case, and there was no reason given for the charges being dropped. Her lawyers previously flagged that they were considering parasomnia as a defense.
Parasomnia.
It's another term for a sleep disorder which can include sleepwalking and sleep terrors. Kalsikin was released on bail, and so she could undergo a sleep study in Sydney. And prosecutors received the expert report in November, so she got
Ms.
off.
Kalsikin, have you ever heard of the sleep number bed?
Yeah. All right, and then finally, boy, this is a messed up story out of Philadelphia. 14 years ago on a snowy evening, Ellen Greenberg was found dead on the kitchen floor of her apartment. She had 20 knife wounds, numerous bruises, and authorities ruled her death as a suicide. Greenberg was a 27-year-old school teacher. Her parents insisted she'd been murdered. They fought to have the ruling amended. And now, after years of investigation, multiple lawsuits, and an online petition that has drawn more than 166,000 signatures, the pathologist who performed her autopsy says that he has changed his mind.
It was actually initially ruled a murder and then changed to a suicide and then back, right?
I'll get into the details. So he said on Friday, after considering new information in the case, he no longer believes that she had killed herself. Greenberg's parents resolved their claims against Osborne over the weekend, one of their attorneys said. And on Monday, just before a jury could be impaneled in a separate suit by the Greenbergs against various city officials, the remaining parties reached a settlement in both lawsuits. They're seeking damages for what they called conspiracy to cover up Ellen's murder. City spokesperson Ava Schwemmler said that while city officials did not admit liability, the Greenbergs will receive a monetary payment, the amount of which will be disclosed at a later date, and the city's medical examiner office will examine the Greenberg case. So, yeah, all the developments could clear the way for them to have what they wanted, which is a criminal investigation into the death. It began January 2011. Greenberg's fiance Sam Goldberg called 911, said, I just walked into my apartment. My fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere. More than 2 minutes passed before Goldberg first mentioned a detail. A knife was sticking out of her chest, and he said she stabbed herself. The 911 operator says where, and he said she fell on a knife. The next day, Dr. Osborne conducted an autopsy. He noted the many stab wounds as well as bruises in various stages of healing, writing that she was stabbed by another person. So he ruled the case a homicide. But the Philadelphia police treated the death as a suicide from the beginning. Investigators were so convinced that Ellen had killed herself that they released the scene without calling it in the crime scene unit. By the time investigators returned, the apartment had been professionally cleaned. Potential evidence had been washed away.
It's wild.
It's pretty wild, yeah. So it goes on and on about this, and supposedly the latch on the door was closed, and they said there was nobody able to get in. But
I was glad to see this rescinded because this has been, as you said, for a long time.
Yeah.
This has been you've got to be insane to think that was a suicide.
Yeah, the apartment building manager said that she had seen before where the door would close and the latch would swing up on its own and lock itself, so it's possible there. And there are a bunch of other inconsistencies in this. This is unbelievable. So they finally have gotten what they wanted, or at least part of what they wanted, and we'll see if there's
a shot.
And let's see if there's a criminal investigation that comes up. They can find out who actually committed this murder. I thought it was a wild, true story in our area that was worthy of putting in the bizarre.
From the files of Preston PD.
There you go, man. All right, we are going to take a quick break. Our continuing support of the game and the team happens with the Pep Rally Concert Series. When we return, we are going to have the Academy of Vocal Arts in our studio to perform.
So cool.
And then a little bit later on at 10 a.m., Lzzy Hale is going to sing the Eagles fight song as well.
It doesn't get better.
Take a break and we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us. Slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As the tourist slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
Said it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He's getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick. Because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors' numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We were eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
Are you kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper Bear.
Cowper Bear.
Experts call the
This is
site.
going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper Bear? You can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper Bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Sick. Everyone loves Cowper Bear.
Oh,
sick.
Oh, my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could, in fact, amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep
are sick.
Although viewing them, after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have a mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today!
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years?
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the musculoskeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids.
Your
natural painkillers
Okay,
that are in your
okay.
body. Well, also, we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? Say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back, and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because this could be. I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture's cool.
It's great. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question: can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh wow!
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far in does it go in, Heather?
It depends where you're putting it.
All right.
Okay.
Where are you putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back,
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
maybe halfway.
Oh dear God.
That's fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone going, oh my God! Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to be
Kathy.
challenging for you. I think.
will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right,
here,
so we'll
Nick.
dim the lights.
I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here, and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The first one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. We can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know. Most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's having to look at it.
You offer $500?
Yeah. 500.
Yeah. So Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is as it's done. I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny. Okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier
okay.
today.
All right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of I don't know.
Bukkake videos.
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of.
Sorry. I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and 2 girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in them?
I was going to put one on the top of his head.
Please do it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two, Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
Isn't that that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
We're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
it's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
No, it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's
you
a
look
different
really,
look
That's
for
a
you.
sexy look on you.
Jesus. You looked much better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts. That's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think it's. I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. Where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes do they irritate after a while?
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was the Academy of Vocal Arts today to our program. And representing the AVA is Mr. Richard Troxel. Richard!
Yes. So glad to see you guys have brought some culture to the world.
That's right.
How exciting.
And we have you to thank for that. You've been here in our studio before.
I have. It's been the highlight of my career.
There we go. Honestly, we had no doubt.
Right? Exactly.
We're doing what we call the Pep Rally Concert Series, and we're having musical friends come by and give us their version of the Eagles fight song. And we're going to do that in a little bit. We'll talk a little bit first. And maybe you guys, can you do something besides the Eagles fight song as well this morning? Do we have something prepared?
Well, Well, we don't have anything prepared, but we can wing it.
Yeah, okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Does that happen a lot in the opera world?
Oh, yeah. Most of us haven't. We just walk on stage and they go, can you sing this tonight? And that's what we do.
Sure. I assume that a lot of times during an opera, someone, hey, Biaggi.
Yeah. We're doing Rigoletto and someone says, hey, you got something from Butterfly? That would be so much better.
Hey, do you know offhand, by the way, what the definition of an opera is? I mean, there are musicals, but what's the difference between an opera and a musical? Is there?
It's a question that's asked all the time. So typically in opera, everything is sung. So there's no spoken word in it, right?
All dialogue is sung.
All dialogue, traditionally. But then you can get into all these phases. There's operetta, and then in some of Mozart's opera, there is spoken dialogue. But it's sort of the form of the music in which it's a classical kind of music, because you could say that Les Mis and Phantom are operas.
Right, or like Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
But the style is called the American musical style. So that style is, it usually it's more of a rock sound, a more popular sound.
Right.
Whereas opera tends to usually have a full orchestra that's accompanying it, not a pit band.
Okay.
Something like that. And then, but we do, like in a traditional opera, we sing the whole thing.
Okay. How about languages? Does an opera singer need to know Italian, need to know German, need to know these?
So when you say need to know, yes, we all study French, German, and Italian. American.
She was shaking her head no behind you.
But do they know it really well? We sing, like I sing in 8 languages. I'm sure LaTanya has sung
Singing in those languages and knowing them are 2 different things, though, yeah?
Yes. So we sing in those languages. We learn it phonetically, like I sing in Russian, but I don't speak Russian.
Okay.
But we do study enough of it. If you're doing an Italian opera, French opera, you study that score so you know what you're saying.
Okay. Because you do need to know that.
Of course.
How do you,
to emotionally...
Yeah, how would you perform if you didn't know what you were saying?
Exactly.
And also, I think the revelation, I think the last time you were here, the inclusion of subtitles.
Yes,
for
which
the
has
audience.
Changed the opera world considerably.
What took so long,
Exactly.
Because
like, what were you thinking? Everybody wants to come and hear a bunch of syllables up there for 3 hours?
But you want to be dialed in because the stories are classic stories.
It's fantastic that super titles, subtitles at the Met, they're right on the chair in front of you. It's really cool. And you can change that to Spanish, German. I think that's it.
Pig Latin?
Pig Latin, because Ixnay, that's fun say.
He knows it.
Yes, of course.
No, I think that's great because it makes it more accessible. I think that's always been, for many, it's a roadblock. My dad listened to a few operas growing up, and I did enjoy them. But again, knowing what's going on sure helps.
Well, they're great stories.
Yeah.
And it's what's fun about super titles is sometimes if it's a funny opera, somebody puts out the punchline way before the super title before you're like, man, you just screwed up my
You killed the
bit.
joke.
You killed my bit.
Yeah.
Richard, do you think with social media, with its pros and cons, is helping what you guys do and expanding the knowledge of operatic music?
A lot of opinions on that. Yeah. I think yes. I think that more people know the word opera. Mm-hmm. They know what a tenor is because of the 3 tenors from 1990, so that's been around a long time. There's a lot of controversy sometimes about whether Bocelli has helped or not, but people know who Andrea Bocelli is.
Yeah. Sure.
He sings a lot of opera stuff. The opera world feels that he would not necessarily be an opera singer on a live stage, but Andrea has done that. So
that he could. The perception is he wouldn't be able to cut it.
So the big difference between opera and everything else you talked about, Phantom, we do not use microphones.
Okay.
So opera is the last naturally acoustic vocal experience you're going to have in a huge theater.
Hence why you need
that's why we
facility
sing.
That's acoustically correct.
Correct.
Right.
So when you go see Les Mis or Phantom or Joseph, they're all being mic'd. And so they can sing like this.
Losers.
Sure. But we have to, have to fill. The Met is 4,000 seats.
What's the argument against somebody like Andrea Bocelli?
You mean compared to an opera singer?
Yeah.
Well, here's my analogy.
Hygiene?
No, he's not hygiene. He's a wonderful person.
No.
I think it's the difference between softball and Major League Baseball.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. So if you go see professional softball game, it's amazing, right?
Right.
But it's different than trying to hit a major league fastball.
Well, here's the other thing. Like if I'm, an 8-year-old and sitting on the couch on a Saturday morning when I'm a kid and I see Bugs Bunny singing an opera, it might turn me on to it a little bit, right?
That's right.
So I'm of the belief anyway that any exposure is probably good for the art.
And that's what I agree with you on that. So it's really, I think it's great that more people go see it and they see it. It's tough when someone says, I'm a really good running back and I play flag football.
Right.
Or I'm playing on Sunday.
I'm Saquon.
So, right.
Yeah.
If you're Saquon, he's like, yeah, you play football, but I play football.
Right.
So when we hear that, sometimes you're like, yeah, you sing opera with a microphone and all that stuff. But we sing opera. I'm just saying.
No,
and there's a little bit of that.
And then as well, there should be. But do you get, because Nick mentioned the cartoon crossover, do people expect during like the Barber of Seville for someone to have a lawn grown on their head live during
I know, I love it. Like when people think we all have spears and you're huge in a helmet and we're doing that. And we're not. They say
it is.
There are a few.
I will tell you this: to be, and having seen one or two, performances in an actually acoustically correct opera theater, it is something to behold.
Oh,
yeah.
There's nothing like it. And when every time I've done, even like I'm sure I've done like a flash thing where you're doing it in a public space. I just did it. I was up at Fox Chase Cancer Center this past week and helping volunteer for something. And all these people were eating dinner, and somebody said, I hear you're a singer. I'm like, are you any good? I go, all right, I'm right. And then I sang O Sole Mio, and their eyes just pop out of their heads because they're like, I had no idea it was that.
Oh, he's good. Where's my sponge cake?
It's an acoustic experience that they're like, wow.
Yeah. It is. No.
Again, like you said, like in sports. Yeah. When I've sung national anthems, I'm like, oh, I'll go see these guys. They're huge. They're so fit. They're so different.
Richard, are you warmed up right now?
I think we are.
No, just you. No, before we get I want to see if you can give us just a little bit of that O Sole Mio that you mentioned, if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely.
All right.
But I need to sing it to someone.
Sing it to Kathy.
Kathy.
Yep. Kathy, you ready? I'm going to take this.
I always wanted to be a singer.
You ready?
Yeah.
Che bella cosa una giornata e sole, n'aria serena dopo una tempesta, per l'aria fresca pare già una festa. Che bella cosa una giornata e sole, ma tu sole, più bello è te. O sole mio, stan fronte a te. O sole mio, stan fronte a te. Stan fronte a te.
Beautiful.
That's 8:30 in the friggin' morning.
And that's so appropriate because in that particular piece, he's admiring his lover's forehead. It's so beautiful.
Kathy's very proud of her forehead.
People.
Yeah. What is that from?
That is a Neapolitan song, so it's not from an opera.
It's not from an opera.
So these songs that came out of Naples, and they're really popular Italian songs.
I just know these bits and pieces about opera, and that is it. So like Pagliacci.
Pagliacci is an opera.
And there's a really famous song from that. Oh, wait, you sing it? Okay, they were looking like, I do it.
What are the words?
Ridi Pagliacci. Everybody knows it from Seinfeld.
Heart-wrenching, yes.
Ridi Pagliacci.
But
I love that.
There's a moment in that where he's just pouring
Vesti la
his heart
Giuba
out.
is the aria, and he's just been spurned by his wife, and he's the clown, but he puts on the face, and the tears are coming down because he has to be the clown, and he's crying.
Yeah.
Vesti la Giuba, put on the clothes. But
wait, maybe if I took off the clown makeup, they would respect me.
And we're all old enough to remember No More Rice Krispies.
Yes.
What are some of the more challenging pieces to tackle, whether it be male, female, whatever your range is, it doesn't matter. What are some of the legendary ones?
LaTanya, what's your most challenging piece? So this is LaTanya Moore.
LaTanya.
Hi, she sings all over the world. She's one of the premier sopranos in America.
Wow.
In your studio, people.
Wow. We're on
And
it.
she's at the Met singing all the time. And what would you say is one of your most challenging roles you've done?
The most challenging roles might be the ones that I've had to do in English. Because I'm trained as a bel canto Italian opera singer, so having to sing in your native tongue is not nearly as easy as it is to speak it.
So some languages do lend themselves because they're lyrical by nature?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because English, the structure of the language is built on diphthongs. And that's not something that happens so much in Italian.
Those little ice creams you can buy in the mall?
Yeah, you dip.
Totally. You know, full of dip and dots.
Diphthong is what they use in the South. It's called a triphthong because diph means two vowels. Like when you say the letter O, you're saying O and oo.
Right.
Okay. That's not like, O. But when we say in the South, they go, oh.
Yeah.
Because, you know.
I want to ask you something about that. Are there, for you personally, are there certain vowels that are easier for you to sing than others?
That's a great question.
Yes, it's
now,
a very
tenors,
good
I love an E vowel.
Okay.
Same.
Me too. And I noticed it. I sing in my car. But I've noticed that the E for me is way easier and sounds better coming out of my mouth than other vowels.
How do your passengers feel? Do they like that?
I usually sing better when I'm alone.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the reason why it feels better and easier is because the vowel is more forward. If you're singing E, it's a very concentrated sound. If you sing ah, then your sound is dissipated, right?
Okay.
No matter what. Although ah, a lot of people prefer it, especially if you're soprano, because the higher you go, the more space you want, you know, in your mouth as you're singing it. But for me, I love closed vowels.
That's fascinating.
And some of them are physically easier to do than others. The vowel signs, depending on the shape of your own.
And depending on how high or low you're singing.
Exactly.
Right.
So, the higher you get, for tenors, we like, when she says forward, it's like, it's right, we call this the mask. It's like, right up there.
You said you're a bel canto, is that what you said?
Bel canto singer,
Bel canto.
yes.
What does that mean exactly?
It means beautiful singing, basically very lyric. Always singing almost like on a violin bow of sound. Smooth, connected, legato, beautiful, lush singing. That's what I like. That's what I do.
I do
Most of us here
too.
do.
When this woman sings, you're like, I'm on the floor.
Imagine if, that approach will work throughout life. Just talking like that.
She's very expressive in the way she speaks as well. Could we get just a little sample of your voice, of anything you feel like singing real quick?
Oh, my. It is indeed.
I know
early. Let's see.
You don't have to about the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
Caruso said, I don't spit before noon.
Yes,
But you don't have to get into your upper register or anything like that.
Let's see what I got.
Whatever you like.
Non feci mai male ad anima viva, con man furtiva, con miseria, conobbi aiutai. Our mics couldn't even handle it. It's amazing.
I know. I had to bring the levels down a little bit.
You know, for a reason, baby.
Yeah, baby.
I think what happens is
in the AM.
you have a little collateral damage from the fact that opera's a go-to for comedy a lot.
Yeah.
So then sometimes it makes it hard for people to just say, no, you can just enjoy this for what it really is, because our minds go to as Nick was pointing out, every Bugs Bunny cartoon and every Seinfeld episode where it figured into the comedy, but it can really move you.
Oh my gosh,
yes.
it's such the trope to make fun of it.
Yeah,
it's funny, but like I have friends I've been singing for 30 years. These are my college friends. They still mock me every time. They come, they're like, how you doing? And they go, no. Every opera you sing things like no.
That's what friends are for.
Oh, I love them so much.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because before I was an opera singer in high school, I did classical music and jazz, but my friends would also make me do things like sing operatically or classically. So I used to just sing anything. Phone book, it is the phone book. Grocery store, it is the grocery store. You know what I mean? Oh, man, they got a kick out of that kind of stuff.
Richard, can I ask a dumbass pop culture question? Because
there's no such.
In I think it's Batman Begins. They go and they see an opera, and it scares the crap out of little Bruce Wayne because there's all these bats that are flying around. Do you know what that opera is? Because I never understood what the joke
well,
is.
so Fledermaus is
Fledermaus.
which means flying mouse.
Okay.
It's a bat.
Right.
And it's a German operetta. It's a comic opera about infidelity and being a cuckold and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But It's not really a scary opera, but maybe.
But it scares the little
the
kids.
imagery
Only
scares
opera
him.
that's going to have a bat in it. So for Batman,
Totally.
What about Bat Lake, the other one?
Bat Lake, yeah, that's a good. They dance it, but they
Trying to think of other pop culture opera moments.
Oh,
There's,
Moonstruck.
Moonstruck.
You
Okay.
see Moonstruck, it's one of the best.
Yes.
Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman, they go
Yes.
see Traviata because Pretty Woman really is sort of the story of La Traviata.
Yes.
A woman who is a woman of the evening
Yes.
and a very
Courtesan.
wealthy man.
Whore.
Yeah. And
I did not know that.
Moulin Rouge is also like La Traviata.
Okay.
And
Opera's
Rank.
in everything you see. Every ringtone, not every, but so many ringtones are opera. So many of them. Carmen, the Toreador. Da, 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 da,
Yeah.
da, and da, 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 da.
The Can-Can.
That's
Yeah.
the camp from Orpheus and the Underworld.
Also
An
ShopRite
opera.
commercial.
Yes.
That's right.
ShopRite.
Yes.
If you like canned food.
Here comes the
I
bride.
love canned food.
There you go. That's
Yes.
Latanya, you've won some Grammys?
Oh,
Three.
yeah. This is a Grammy.
3 Grammys?
Yeah.
I have.
Wow.
What did you drag her in here for?
What were the categories? What'd you win for?
Best opera recording from the Metropolitan Opera. And coincidentally, they were all operas and jazz. Because like I said, I started as a jazz singer, and these Grammys are all for Porgy and Bess, Fire Shut Up in My Bones, Champion, all written by jazz composers.
Oh, my
Porgy and
goodness.
Bess is excellent.
Oh, it sure is.
Yeah.
Jazz
So-
singer. How's your scat game?
It used to be real good. I mean, I haven't sung scat for like 27 years. So
Okay. Do you guys, obviously you mentioned a couple of different formats, jazz and opera. Do you pay attention to contemporary singers, popular music, things
Fully,
like that?
absolutely.
Who are some that are impressive to you?
I love Bruno Mars.
Yeah.
I think Bruno Mars is one of the most talented people.
I agree.
And I think Lady Gaga is unbelievable.
You know, it's a funny thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think that we get this idea that, they are just these pop people who didn't have to work really hard. Anybody who makes it to that level has worked their ass off.
Yeah.
I mean, really hard in their art form.
Yeah.
Whatever they've done. They have a different life than we do, but they've worked really hard, and they're talented
And
people.
I have to say, these two specifically that he mentioned, Gaga and Bruno Mars, are the type of singers, when they started, they were good, but they became great because they worked on their technique. They wanted to grow as artists, and they did just that. They're beautiful examples.
I used to brush off pop singers until I started. You know who actually kind of changed my mind? It was from years and years ago. Was George Michael. And I sat and listened to some of the stuff that he did. I'm like, my God, this guy is a phenomenal singer, right?
He can.
Yeah. So,
And they have a different measuring stick of what's great for them.
Right.
Like you can't fake being an opera singer and make a career of it. You can be a pop singer who's not very good and have a career.
Right.
It may not last.
Yes.
But you can't do
You have to
it's
appreciate
a good
it.
point.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's the same with jazz musicians. You can't fake being a jazz musician or a classical musician. You can fake being a pop. I can grab a bass guitar and learn 3 notes and stand up in front and do
That's
that.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. Same with rock. Like a punk person can kind of get away with not being a great musician per se, but
And
they
then
can
there are
still have success.
There are the greats.
Well, the people who commit
there
to
are
their
the
craft,
greats.
like Milli Vanilli, for example.
Yeah.
Those guys, amazing.
Yes.
I'd like to point out everyone else who is here. So we have Lydia, Juliana, Katie, Luke, Jeffrey, Kumar. Is that how you pronounce Kumar? Kumar. And Raul. Where is everybody from? So we don't have all Philly natives here, right?
Oh.
Like far from it.
Yeah, I'm from Istanbul, Turkey.
Istanbul, Turkey.
Yes.
Wow, excellent. How about you? You back here?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
All right.
Albuquerque.
Skokie, Illinois.
All right.
Tacoma, Washington.
No one's from Philly. Okay, you.
Preston, Wisconsin.
All right, and
Veracruz, Mexico.
So, of course, they're going to know the Eagles fight. So.
That's right.
Yeah,
Opera is a very international career. That's the other great thing about it. We sing all over the world, and we know so much of the world, and everybody around us.
That's great.
And Latanya, I didn't get where you're
I'm from Houston, Texas.
From Houston.
But
nice.
I've been in Philadelphia since '99, so go Birds!
Yeah! And she's wearing green, too.
Look at that.
The gentleman from
I am
Skokie.
wearing Eagles green today.
What's your name from Skokie?
I'm Jeffrey.
And Jeffrey, do they have any barbershop quartets back there in Skokie, Illinois? Do you know what I'm talking about?
The Music Man.
That's a usual suspect.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that's from?
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
They're also from Gary, Indiana.
Oh my God.
So, Richard, how many people altogether in the Academy of Vocal
At the
Arts?
Academy of Vocal Arts, 23.
Okay.
Yeah, 23 artists. They're called resident artists, and they come from all over the world.
Clearly.
And
obviously.
the school was founded in 1939.
Mm-hmm. Right, and we are having a big celebration.
That's what I hear, a 90th anniversary.
90th anniversary on March 21st at the Kimmel Center, our 90th anniversary. So the big concert, the gala concert, which features a lot of great AVA singers, people who have had big careers and people who are still at the school. These are two of the singers who will be there, LaTanya, myself. And
how cool to be an aspiring singer and to be able to be along the likes of these.
That's something
Grammy
about
winners.
AVA that I've always found that it's a family and it's a home that we all come back to and support. And so if you can come March 21st, anybody's invited. Just look at avaopera.org and give them a call ring. And then there's a huge gala dinner, starts at 5 o'clock that you could come to, which is, if you want to really show off, it's a good time.
How does one become a part of this group?
A part of
AVA.
Of AVA. So you have an audition process. It's kind of like a tryout for the. Again, I always go back to sports because I like sports. You walk on that field. You walk into AVA. You sing 2 arias, and they go.
And then you run through tires.
And then you run through tires.
Sometimes
you do your sprints.
Yeah.
And then
would you call it art? Would you call it obviously to have a pedigree, to have a quality? You have to keep it.
Yeah.
How would you rank it compared to other audition processes for other?
It is the same as a professional opera company, in my opinion.
Okay.
Or if you're doing a professional opera competition.
All right.
You know, so because the Academy of Vocal Arts is not just a school, it's also a young opera company. So the idea is that when you come into the school, you are an artist immediately.
That's very cool.
And as we all are naturally students throughout all of our life, I mean, I still have lessons. Just had a lesson days ago. You know what I mean? You're a student forever, but when you come into the Academy of Vocal Arts, you're treated like an artist. It's a grooming school to prepare you for an actual career, as opposed to other schools that are more run like a regular educational institution. We run it just like an opera company. That way you get out into the real world. By the time you get there, the real world is ready for you.
Yeah,
and
you're prepared.
for it.
A lot of
Yes.
times they don't throw in those. Here's the real world. Here's when you're looking for employment. Here's what you're going to encounter.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's difficult to have as your sole income as an opera singer. I mean, if you're great, and you're going to make your living out of that.
You know, again, I go back to sports. It's like, are you in AA, AAA, or are you in the major leagues?
Right.
Everybody's shooting to be in major leagues. Most of the people coming out of the AVA, a lot of them are major league singers.
Okay.
And so, we have careers. And I've only been doing this for 30 years. That's all I do.
Right.
I love when people go, so what else do you do?
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ask Saquon? Hey, so what else you do?
You still doing that singing thing?
You still, Or you sing. If you go into church, you're like, you should do something with that. Oh, thanks. I'll think about that.
Totally.
I know. We get the. You still doing that radio thing?
I'm sure you do.
It is my most hated question.
Right?
And when they add thing at the end, I want to punch them in their teeth.
Oh, well, you don't get troop. So what's your little troop you sing? Oh, come on.
How insulting.
Yeah.
Oh, my
You still
goodness.
that hobby. What's that thing?
Yeah,
you
what's
do?
that thing you do?
God.
Yeah, we understand it.
Well, listen, we're ready. We're ready to get the performance that we requested upon you guys. This is our Pep Rally concert series. We're having a variety of our musical friends be a part of the program, be a part of the excitement of the week as we're headed to the Bourbon Street and the full Super Bowl. We are having various people come and perform the Eagles fight song. A little later on this morning, Lzzy Hale is going to be joining us from Hailstorm, so we're very much looking forward to it. But right now, the Academy of Vocal Arts is giving us their rendition of the
ready?
Eagles fight song. We are ready, man.
It's going to be big.
All right.
Okay. Ready?
Fly, Eagles, fly, on the road to victory. Fight, 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 Eagles, fight. Score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our Eagles fight. Fly, Eagles, fly, on the road to victory. E-A-G-L-E-S-E.
No more of a grand fashion could we come up with than that.
What the hell else can you do?
Good luck, everybody else.
My goodness. So, tickets, if people would like to go to this 90th celebration gala, it's going to be Friday, March 21st, and it will be at the Kimmel Center. What's the best way to get tickets, Richard?
avaopera.org.
Okay.
Or you can call 215-735-1685.
And a question, I know you guys are students and work really hard and you have professional shows to put on, but are you available for hire, so to speak, if people want to, bring you on board?
Always.
Are you kidding? We are.
Just call me 555 for some radio work. No.
And will you also sing?
Maybe.
Oh my God! Well, you guys are wonderful. Thank you for coming by here this
Great
morning.
pleasure always to be
Thank
here.
Love having you. Tanya, a pleasure to meet you as well.
Man,
thank
same
you.
here.
And every single one of you, thank you guys for being
thank
here.
you.
And
Let's
good
hear
luck with that singing thing.
Yeah. Let's hear it for the Academy of Vocal Arts, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Today, and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
and it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you
it
said,
was
we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago. And I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio. And if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this, and I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very
All right,
much.
so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've
and
never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's.
I don't want that one.
Well, just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into a
big bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrate.
Wow, that one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
Big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a
Maroon.
burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
I'm gonna like.
Come on,
Mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are 2 remaining.
I
Pick a good
vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got like turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play them.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steve's is taking off down the middle. Steve's already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
The blue one.
Casey!
Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
a
is
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, I think it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got a race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on.
And it's taken a full length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner. Woo! All right, now it's neck and neck for third and fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again. Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio, and we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show.
Yeah.
But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew WK.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included in such an illustrious group of folks.
It is pretty amazing. But yeah, there's been a great deal of excitement about you. And you have a very loyal fan base. And that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career when you've actually become a Halloween costume.
Yes, and I designed it that way to make it very easy. As you can see, anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And yeah, if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose and you're good to go.
But generally you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable. And I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people have no clue. So you can break up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right.
Yeah. I used to wear white pants all the time when I was
Did you?
Yes.
You and
Now,
Mr. Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I
No,
just
that's
can't
the point.
let them.
That's the whole. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
They're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, you can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interviewer is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces? Is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making
gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar,
which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
And we just made another one too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes, literally, it's just days old. It's still very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose. Did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point, and then you were like, "Hey, that looks kind of cool."
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Wow.
But I got a bloody nose. I did break my nose that night as well, which, as you can imagine, is rather painful. But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. Andrew WK, friend. We love this guy who's in our studio. He's a great guest. He's a great star, and he's got a film that he is promoting. It's coming up on Netflix, and it is called Wheelman. Let's welcome him back to our studio, Frank Grillo.
Awesome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
We miss you as well, bud.
You came in and you blew us away the first time we had you in the studio. Great stories and full of energy. And we, obviously you were attached to something. We were just, it was the Purge and obviously the Marvel Universe as well. Got to tell you, man, the Wheelman is a solid movie.
Yeah, you saw it?
I did see it on we got the advance. It's going to be on Netflix, which is turning out to be Valhalla for these kind of films.
It's amazing. I mean, this film, cost $5 million. My buddy Joe Carnahan and I.
Joe Carnahan is the Gray.
Yeah, the Gray and Smoking Aces and Narc and
love his stuff.
Yeah, he's great. So we're partners with this company War Party, and we made this movie for like $5.5 million,
which is insane because but that's the deal. You're producing this movie.
Yeah,
is your first
and really we boots on the ground, like we produced the movie.
Yeah, so you did it in Boston.
In Boston,
okay,
at night.
That's a point I want to make about this movie, which makes it so unique. You have the first time director Jeremy Rush, who wrote the screenplay.
By the way, the guy was a PA for 13 years. Right. Never directed anything.
This idea that he has, which is very cool. That so you're in this car and you're a wheelman. You're a driver for hire for criminals.
Right.
You're going to go on this, you take these guys out, they're going to rob a bank, but you get this call. The guys, when they get back in the car, are going to kill you. And now there's this stuff, and you're off and running, and it has everything I love about a period of time in Hollywood, 70s movies.
That's it.
High.
Wait a minute. Did you talk to somebody?
No, but when you turn badass, there's a scene where you grab a guy, you pull up. But to get back to my original point, there's angles from the car. When you leave the car, a lot of times you're seeing you through the windshield, and you're hearing. And you bring the guy back, and so the car itself is a character in the thing, and so you have your claustrophobia, but it's also your one way of getting away from the crap.
Yeah.
And there are angles and stuff that I thought were just really brilliant for a first-time director. I'm like,
that was all him too. This guy was knocking on trailer doors for 13 years and writing scripts, and he sent it to Carnahan, and Carnahan read it. And gave him some notes, and they started dialogue, and he sent it to me, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. Like, this could be really bad or really good. We brought it to our agency. They brought it to Cannes, and Netflix bought it like the next day, and we were making the movie in a month and a half. That guy was knocking on doors for 13 years.
But it took like if not for Joe Carnahan, it wouldn't have happened.
What did you not anticipate being a producer of a movie that caught you off guard?
At one point, this movie was going to be 23 days, which is kind of Herculean in itself. And we were like, I think we could save money. Let's make it 19 days. So I shot like 35 pages of dialogue the last 2 days of the film.
Wow.
So we could save like $11.
Well, because you're on the other side of the the check now, and you're now to save. As an actor, you might piss him on as I need a little bit more time or whatever. On the producer side, he's just saying, can we do this for cheaper? I have to bring this up too. Doing the research on this movie, Wolf Warrior 2, which is, explain where this is. Now, we have not heard much about this movie.
No, because it's not in America.
But globally.
How about this? So I do a movie in China last year, right? And it's a big deal because you want a Chinese kind of presence. But there had been...
All right, we got a quick Birdbot update. Marissa sent this over to me. We had heard earlier this morning that Birdbot was going to be getting on board with a food truck, and it's actually more specifically a popsicle truck.
In the winter.
I didn't know they operated this time of year.
Why not?
And it's called the Frio's Gourmet Pops Truck. And so they have actually posted on their social media, on Instagram, where they're going to be with Birdbot today. They're going to hang on to Birdbot for a couple of hours. And at 10:30, they're going to swing by the Liberty Bell. And I guess they're selling popsicles while they're doing this, too. I don't know.
Well, sure, why not?
And then at 11:30, they're headed to the Comcast Center PEP rally. So if you're going to that, you'll be able to see Birdbot while you're there.
Awesome.
And then they're going to go to Federal Donuts in Radnor at 1 o'clock, hang out there for a bit, and eventually making it to Pizzeria Vetri in Devon and handing it off to Helen, who is then tasked with taking Birdbot all the way to New Orleans, and Helen's got all kinds of stuff planned. Like she knows people, and she's going to get Birdbot to Fox 29, maybe even to hang out in person with Jelly Roll.
It actually seems really good, the odds of that. I would love to see if we could make happen, Preston, the promise of a helicopter flight, remember? And then the Coast Guard said there might be something that they could do as well. We have connections there as well.
Yeah.
We, again, can't make this certain. We can only hope.
Yeah, so hopefully you'll follow along Birdbot's travels, and it's Birdbot Philly on Instagram, at Birdbot Philly. And we keep gaining more, followers every day, which is great. So we want you to see the whole thing. And then when it gets down to New Orleans, then it's like we are completely, it is on. Game on. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
It is an honor system. Like we said, he's on a wing and a prayer from Broad Street to Bourbon Street. We'll be tracking him because we have the trackers on there. But we'll just kind of be keeping an eye and see what pops up on the photos.
So far, more than thrilled with the journey locally, and I can only imagine big things in New Orleans.
Yeah. While all this is going on, I still have had time, and I know it's hard to believe, to notice things.
How?
Yes.
The noticer blows our minds with the news he never stops noticing.
All right.
Across an empty field, down a vacant alleyway,
there's one
in a medium-sized wedding venue. He's there noticing.
I'm everywhere. You guys are going to hate this. Wallet Hub's annual list of the best cities for football fans has come out.
Okay.
They rated 250 cities across the U.S. with at least one college or pro football team on 21 key metrics in both pro and college football-related categories. They were ranked on everything from the number of NFL and college football teams per city to average ticket price to stadium capacity and fan engagement. And they do this every year. So this year, the top 10 cities for football fans. You want me to work down from 10 to 1?
Start at 10 and move down to number 1.
Number 10 is Miami. Number 9 is New Orleans. Number 8 is San Francisco. Number 7, that's fun to say, isn't it?
Francisco, that's fun to say.
Number 7 is Los Angeles. We hear routinely that it's not a great fan city.
But it is the city of angels.
But it's all. Wait. Did you say for football?
For football fans.
Yeah, for other teams. They're fans of the Eagles and the
love
Giants.
other teams.
All right, I guess it doesn't necessarily mean home team,
They're not allowed
right?
to be Rams fans.
Well, I mean, but you didn't say professional alone, right? So they do have USC and UCLA and
for football fans, yes. But these are all NFL cities, Casey.
Okay.
So, but they also might have, some of these might have, college teams in the town as well. So New York is number 6, followed by number 5, Kansas City, Missouri. Number 4, Boston. Number 3 is Green Bay.
Right.
Number 2 is Dallas. Right. And number 1, Pittsburgh.
Oh.
How in the mother effing hell?
Philadelphia is number 11.
Okay. No.
Number 11, just out of the top 10. By the way, Pittsburgh, number 1 on the pro football rank and 12th for college football. Overall, number 28 is Tuscaloosa, Alabama, but that is number 1 for college football.
I think also when they have all these metrics that they're using, it sort of convolutes the issue.
Yeah.
Like they're throwing too much in there. They should ask us.
I don't need a ranking. You know what I mean? I know where my heart is.
That is, man.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. I don't know how you measure fandom anyway, because every city believes that they have the best fans in the world.
It's true.
In the country, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the world, but it's kind of the way it is, and that's fine. And so you should. Absolutely. But once you start to try to measure it and you use these different metrics, I mean, that's really just kind of...
I think an EKG would be the more accurate way.
Who has the best heart rate?
Right, exactly. And I think we're going to lose on that as well.
Or actually, that'd be brain, wouldn't it? Yeah, EKG? Or EEG is the brain.
Listen,
That's
I didn't.
the way Jose spells Eagles.
I didn't make it to any of the regular season games this season for the Eagles. I just only made it to the playoffs. And so, I'm like a year or so removed from the whole tailgate scene. And then also, I kind of like hang back at FDR where it's, it's
chilling.
It's pretty chill back there. But, this past playoff series, going through what I call the gauntlet of like H-lot and everything like that, like, holy crap, has this, I'm like, where the hell have I been?
Well, you're talking about the thing that I found insane, which is the level of tailgating, the level of fandom, the level of commitment, the expenditure.
Yeah.
If you talk about ticket prices, Preston, and parking, the expenditure of the rigs and the barbecue setups and all of these things, the amount of money that moves is astonishing.
Yeah, and then also you have like Jetro Lot as well, so that's just a little bit removed from where the Wells Fargo Center is, but that is a whole other zoo and circus in and of its own. And then I just saw that, I don't know who these guys are, but they were like, we just decided to bring down a bench press machine, and just to see like what happens. And like, sure enough, like they have people, like they have a record, right? The most amount of bench presses in one sitting, which I think the record for the season is 70. Bo Allen actually went and did the bench press. I think he got up like 60 or 62 or something.
How much weight are they putting on it?
I think there's 45s on either side. Now, the bar itself, is it a regular? Yeah, it looks like it's a 45-pound bar.
Wow.
So people are benching 135. Is that 135 pounds?
It'd be 2 45s and then the bar.
So 90 plus 45 is 135.
135, yeah.
I saw the Zubaz brothers doing it a couple weeks ago too, Case. Preston, can you do that list again real quick? Top 10, please.
Yes. So we'll start at 10 and work our way up?
Yeah.
All right. 10 is Miami, 9 is New Orleans, 8 is San Francisco, 7 is L.A., 6 New York, 5 Kansas City, 4 Boston, 3 Green Bay, 2 Dallas, and 1 Pittsburgh.
4 of those 5, 5 of those 5, all 5 were the worst stadiums you listed yesterday.
Oh,
It's true, yeah.
Oh
That's
my
right.
gosh.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe they like a gritty, crappy stadium.
The more
Makes you a
unpleasant,
great
the
fan.
better.
Wait,
Yeah.
no. Commanders
This sucks.
Commanders weren't on the list. Commanders were
that's
number
right,
1
yeah.
yesterday. But 4 of the worst stadiums were on that list. I don't know how Miami makes it. I'm sure if you're a Dolphins fan that you're into the sport or whatever. I just like, if you're in a warm weather city, New Orleans may be the exception, but like most people in those cities, they're casual sports fans. It's just the nature of the beast. You're at the beach more than you're at a sporting event. Part of the reason why Philadelphia fans are so diehard is that this time of year especially, you're sitting at home watching Eagles games.
By the way, the last city on the entire list of all football fans, worst city for football fans, is Lincoln, Nebraska.
Lincoln.
Yeah. All right. All right, I noticed other things. Just thought that would...
Notice more things, and now he's going to tell us about it.
So the Blue Man Group, the beloved 34-year-old off-Broadway show featuring 3 head-to-toe blue-painted drummers, took its final bow at the theater where its production began. The show shuttered its New York City production this past Saturday, February 2nd.
Yeah, I saw that.
The show had been a mainstay at the Astor Place Theater since 1991 when George H.W. Bush was president and Magic Johnson played his final season for the Lakers. For nearly, listen to this, 18,000 performances. The iconic 200-seat theater audiences laughed at bald, speechless men who banged on PVC pipes and Captain Crunch cereal boxes for an hour and a half with no intermission.
I wonder how many of those dudes had their skin irrevocably damaged by that stuff on all the time.
There's no way somebody was part of that troupe the entire time.
I doubt it.
Old Blue.
Spectators often exited the theater with flecks of blue paint splattered on their faces, while cast members left strands of toilet paper scattered throughout the theater seating. The ticket prices rose to $118 a seat.
Blue, you're my boy!
Have you ever seen the Blue Man Group?
Not in person, no.
Yeah, didn't they came out to a camp out, didn't they? A touring group?
Stomp came out. I don't remember a Blue Man group coming out.
I don't remember the Blue guys.
It was the Stew Man group. Stomp.
The Stew Man group. No, I never did see it, and I've always been impressed by them, not only their rhythmic capabilities, but the really unique devices that they use to create these sounds. I thought was pretty clever. But they're, who knew that it would last for 34 years?
I mean, so what technically is it still is the Fantastics still the longest running show in Broadway history?
Not familiar with that. The Fantastics? What is that?
Yeah, it was an off-Broadway show and then became a Broadway show. It's like a musical review. I've always heard about it. I never really knew exactly what it was about, Preston.
We're watching video of the Blue Man Group right now. I guess they use Captain Crunch at some point, and they do a rhythmic crunching thing where they're actually eating it with their mouths in rhythm.
By the way,
and that's part of it.
Oh, I could have done that.
I'm sure.
It looks as if one of the dudes is not actually bald and is wearing a bald cap for the show.
Okay.
All right. I'll let it go.
So the production also benefited from star-studded features and awards recognition. Performers from the show first appeared on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno in 1992.
So you guys are You're All Blue, right?
And made 16 other appearances on the TV show. They won a Grammy Award for their artistic endeavors in 2001. And even Arrested Development included major plot lines starring the troupe. You remember, Homer wouldn't stop talking about it.
And I love the fact that he would always take the opportunity to complain that they were just a ripoff of the Smurfs.
Meanwhile, other Blue Man Group performances continue in Boston, Las Vegas, and Berlin. But this is just the last for the original.
For the original.
The New York run.
Of all of them, this to me falls in the realm of Stomp and Cirque du Soleil and those sort of event, for lack of a better term, oddity performances, shows, reviews.
Well, it says in this article, dozens of shows used similar styles, received major funding sources from theatrical producers in the success of the Blue Man Group. Shows like Stomp, Sleep No More, and Cirque du Soleil's Broadway debut, Paramore, deployed similar audience engagement strategies in their performances. So they all kind of learned from the Blue Man Group.
Do you know what fell on their faces? The Mothman Group.
The Mothman Group?
Mauve.
Oh, Mauve Man Group. I'm sorry.
And people, I would pay to see the Mothman Group, too.
Yeah, that too.
You know what? For the Eagles season next year, maybe they should do the Green Man Group. Yeah.
Why not?
I'm just an idea guy.
The best ideas are stolen.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I may have to do that.
The Green Man Group?
The Green Man Group.
Yeah.
I may have to get some other drummers together.
Yeah.
And we make the Green Man
Do the
Group.
Captain Crunch thing, except do it with malto meal.
Yeah, we have to put our own twist on
Slightly
things,
different.
right? That's not a bad idea. Okay, I noticed something else.
How about that noticer?
How about him?
He's noticing like a fool.
Sotheby's announced that it would auction the Stradivarius violin on Friday, known as the Yoakum Ma Stradivarius.
The Yoko Ono?
Yoakum Ma Stradivarius, dated 1714.
Wow.
The value of this exceptional instrument is estimated at $12 to $18 million. If the price reaches the upper limit, the violin could break the record set in 2011 by another Stradivarius, the Lady Blunt, from 1721.
Drug reference. That's a hell of a violin, man.
Which
sold, call it Lady Blunt.
In for $15.9 million.
We're rousing up that bow. Let's get started.
Lady Blunt. Michael Hunt.
Yeah. That's the Michael Hunt.
It's the Mike Hunt.
Yeah.
Stradivarius.
Yeah. What are those strings made out of?
The president of Sotheby's stressed that the violin is from Stradivarius's golden period, which began around 1700.
It's usually red, isn't it?
What?
Oh, the period. I'm sorry.
So the instrument has been preserved excellently, and its ownership history adds to its prestige. Joachim Ma Stradivarius derives from two outstanding violinists, Hungarian virtuoso Joseph Joachim and Sihon Ma.
Joe Joachim?
A Chinese musician, that was our old intern, who settled in America in 1948. Some believe that Johann Brahms composed his violin concerto in D major with this particular instrument in mind, captivated by its deep sound. Joachim had premiered this piece in 1879, playing on this particular violin. So
it's an original recording, right?
Is it Joachim? Is that how you pronounce that name? I don't think it's Joachim, but I could be wrong.
Like Dwight Yoakam?
I have no idea. No. It's Joachim.
I think that's Joachim, but
Joachim. Okay,
it's a Jewish Hebrew name.
Let me ask you. This is a violin that will never be played again, I assume. At that value?
I doubt that. I think these instruments get played on because of their
on Sotheby's post for this actual violin. There's a dude playing it.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I'd be so terrified.
Can you imagine it just like crumbles into ash?
But in the eyes and ears of music fans and classical fans, it would be a crime to not hear music from this instrument.
And in the video, Preston, he's got a cigarette in the frets. You just don't do that.
Eddie Van Halen.
No. So Sihon Ma acquired the violin in 1969. After his death, it was entrusted to the New England Conservatory in Boston, where Ma obtained his master's degree in 1950. The entire process from the auction will be allocated to a scholarship fund for students of the institution.
So there is a fascination and a connection, you as a drummer.
Yep.
If you were to see, being in proximity to Ringo's drum kit.
Oh, yeah.
There'd be or Neil Peart's.
Yeah.
There'd be some energy, right? It's just an unspoken thing that you have because you have such an appreciation of the instrument.
I would feel a lot like Ma from this.
The meatloaf!
Hit that again, Case.
The meatloaf!
Oh, Ma's cut off.
Yeah, it is cut off. I don't like it that.
Some bitch. It's estimated between 450 and 512 Stradivarius violins may have survived to this day. However, it is impossible to determine their exact number, partly due to the appearance of forgeries, which are mistakenly regarded as originals.
Yeah, I bought a Stradivarius. It turned out to be fake.
$18 million.
Well, does that make it then the most, if it does yield that amount, will that make that the most expensive musical instrument on earth, as opposed to an original Steinway?
It's a good question. I don't know about musical instruments overall, but for violins, for sure.
Yeah.
And for Stradivarius, definitely. So the record is $15.9 million so far. But as far as music, most expensive musical instrument ever purchased, I'm not really sure. That would obviously have to have, a connection to a famous musician as well, I would think.
Apparently,
it was the Lady Blunt. It was another violin, a Stradivarius, yeah.
Yep, so that is the most expensive musical instrument ever sold. Wow.
The kazoo that Beethoven conducted, or at least composed on a lot, is in a museum in Germany. That's amazing.
So it should be. All right, so if you got the money, go get your violin.
The beer.
So the world's most dangerous activities, among them is selfie taking. The number of people who have lost their lives while trying to get that perfect shot has spiked sharply in recent years. For a time, Wikipedia kept a running total estimating 379 people have died in selfie-related accidents between 2008 and 2021, with hundreds more sustaining serious injuries.
I bet you there's a lot that go unreported, too, because you don't know exactly if someone's at the bottom of a ravine, you may not know that they were holding their phone while they were whatever led to the accident.
Since then, other sources suggest the toll had risen to as many as 480 fatalities by the end of this past year. By way of comparison, far more people die from taking selfies than from shark attacks.
Wow.
Which on average account for 5 to 6 deaths per year globally. Naturally, many of those incidents occur in the world's most picturesque spots, or those made famous by popular movies and TV shows.
So then could it by default be true that the absolute most dangerous activity is taking a selfie with a shark?
Well, I can't imagine that that's safe at all.
Have you... So you've reported over the how many years in the Bizarre File deaths from like in Yellowstone or there. In fact, there are places that are notorious for. In fact, there's one I think it's in Brazil, Nick, where they'll literally people will slide out on this boulder. I don't know exactly where it is. Do you know what I'm talking about, Nick?
No, it doesn't come to mind.
Okay, but it ends up in social media all the time, and. Regardless of the fact that many people have died attempting to get that picture, people still do it.
Man, there's I've been to Yosemite and there are just sheer cliffs there. And I've watched people go right to the edge, especially in the Central Valley of Yosemite. And it terrifies me because they just want to get right up to the edge and take that shot. But who cares?
Yes.
Do it from at least 10 feet away or whatever. I don't know.
So the authorities in some of these picturesque spots or, spots that are made famous by movies and TV shows, authorities in these places are starting to take action. The small Japanese city of Otaru has announced that it is hiring security guards to manage these swarms of selfie-taking tourists who are so intent on getting the best shot that they don't see danger coming. Visitors are drawn not just by idyllic view of the nearby port and ocean, but by their devotion to the 2015 movie Cities in Love. And it's the city's sloping street, Funami-za, that's showcased in the movie. However, that single-minded quest can have dire consequences. Earlier this month, a Chinese woman died after she walked onto the railroad tracks and was struck by the train. Her husband told police that she was so intent on photographing the location, she didn't see the train coming. The problem is not confined to Japan, however. Wikipedia's page listing the worldwide selfie-related deaths and injuries is startling. Everything from accidental shootings to drownings and even death by hand grenade have happened because people are taking selfies.
Well, there's that famous hand grenade factory that people go to get their selfies. I don't know. I mean, I'm not if I'm on a precarious area or hiking, the notion of whipping out the camera and grabbing a shot never occurs to me. And but you see people doing it, and as you said, Nick, you'll see them taking big risks, and eventually it's going to catch up with them.
No, when you get to the pinnacle or to a spot, then snap a shot. We had a picture here of a guy who was at the top of some sort of a cliff around the Grand Canyon, and he was laying on his back on the rock, totally safe, taking a picture, pointing downwards. I did a similar picture when I was at the top of Angel's Landing in Zion, right? It's not dangerous. It looks treacherous or whatever, but
it looks really dangerous to me.
So actually taking that shot?
I mean, going that close to the edge and laying down? Yeah.
Yeah, no. See, I wouldn't lay down that close. I would lay down a little bit further and then scooch my way towards the edge. Okay. I have a similar shot, and it's a great shot, but I would never put myself in peril.
No, you would never walk up to that edge and lay. I see what you're saying. If you were to lay down and just slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that, but a lot of people
here's
do.
Here's the edge.
All right.
This is the edge right here. I'm not going to go like this and then go down.
Yeah.
Right? I'll go here.
Right.
You're not watching. I'll go here and then lay down and then kind of
slide. Yeah.
Like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm not going to fall. But
so you wouldn't Charleston on the edge of that?
No, I wouldn't. But I don't have a fear of heights, but I have a respect of it.
It's the landing you should have the fear of.
Yeah. No doubt.
So similar pleas have come from the UK Coast Guard, which issued a warning in 2017 against selfie taking on the eroding cliffs at Seaford Head in East Sussex, because those can crumble.
Yes, they can.
And just fall, and that's what happened. So apparently the numbers are continuing to rise in selfie deaths. So I thought that was interesting and worth passing along. All right, let's see. We'll go back to the noticer.
The noticer's back.
I almost said junk drawer.
The junk noticer.
I thought this was fun. This is a story about Oasis, the band, and the other band, Spinal Tap. And this is a story that Noel Gallagher has passed along about Liam. So on June 4th, 2001, Spinal Tap performed a special show, New York's Carnegie Hall. And it was the first tour since 1992's the Break Like the Wind trek. And among the excited audience members were the members of Oasis on downtime from promoting their then current album, Standing on the Shoulder of Giants. For one of their number, though, the night would not go as planned. So Liam Gallagher had seen Rob Reiner's classic 1984 mockumentary, This Is Spinal Tap, and he loved it, according to his older brother, Noel, who was talking about this in an interview. However, Liam wasn't actually aware that they weren't actually a real band.
Oh, really?
Noel said he thought they were real people. He revealed this in an interview. Gallagher, the younger's excited anticipation of seeing the men responsible for the timeless rock anthems of Sex Farm, Big Bottom, and Stonehenge began to unravel when Christopher Guest, Michael McKean, and Harry Shearer, who of course are the geniuses behind Spinal Tap, came on stage as their own support act in the act of the Folksmen,
right?
Who we know from A Mighty Wind, and they began strumming through the gentle Old Joe's Place. Well, the Oasis frontman loudly declared to his bandmates that he hadn't come to see this folk crap and just wanted to see Spinal Tap. And Noel said they came out as these three folk singers, and we were laughing. And he said, this is S. And we said, no, those three are actually Spinal Tap. You do know they are American actors, right? That they're not a real band. They're not even English. One of them is married to Jamie Lee Curtis. And clearly this is all news to young Liam. And presumably, as embarrassed as he was annoyed, he decided that he had seen enough. And he said, I'm not effing having that. And then he walked off in the middle of Carnegie Hall. Noel said he's never watched Spinal Tap since then.
So to still enjoy it and enjoy the movie, but not realize it's a parody.
Yeah.
That's a difficult feat to pull off.
That is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like the Folksmen too. Like,
I do too.
That version of those guys. They're all three of those guys are such talented musicians. And just in my Instagram feed the other day, speaking of Michael McKean, ended up Lenny and the Squigtones doing Night After Night.
Yes.
It's a great, I know it's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a really good song.
It
and
is.
he's playing guitar and I don't know, they're just talented. You can't be a funny musician if you're not a good musician on top of it.
No, and in Spinal Tap, as you go through the evolution of the band itself, when they're going through their 60s flower child period and all that stuff, that music is brilliantly written
really
and performed.
good.
Because they're the music, but just a notch off.
God. I'm scrolling through the Lenny and the Squigtones. I forgot about the song Star-Crossed. I remember all of these. Oh, that's too funny. I got to go back and watch it. It got me to thinking, and I can't think of any examples, but did you ever have a moment where you're like, I didn't know that wasn't real?
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? I know that I have. I just can't think of it. It was like, I thought that was real. But apparently,
I'm sure we all do. I think what happens is we try to block it out of our memories.
Absolutely.
We
So
feel
embarrassing.
stupid.
It's incredibly embarrassing. Hang on, Marissa.
I think I told this to you guys before. My family and I went on a hike to find in A League of Their Own, the magazine where the catcher is doing a split on the front of a Life magazine. Like, we would go antiquing and thrifting and like look at Life magazines and try to find the years that it was real. And then suddenly someone was like, do you think that maybe they just recreated that for the movie?
Or they didn't even recreate it. They just created it.
Just created it for the movie. And I'm sure my 12-year-old face was like, oh.
I want to meet Godzilla.
When I was in the Boy Scouts, they took us snipe hunting one night at a camping trip.
Did they really?
Yeah, and I didn't know that snipes weren't real.
You fell for it?
I fell for it. Not only that, but I was like, oh, I have one.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
And that's the money shot. That's what they're waiting for.
Yeah.
Somebody say, I saw it.
Yeah, I fell right for it.
Yeah, I really did.
Fell right for it.
There was a Cheers episode where they took Frasier out.
Yeah. But he was in on the joke.
Yeah.
He knew.
Wow. All right. I did notice a thing or two besides the things I've already noticed.
Oh, what else has the noticer noticed? Do tell, noticer.
All right. I saw this article. It was a Reddit thread that initially was titled, What Screams We Are Not Going to Last Long for Couples. And so the title is, What Screams, and then in quotations, we are not going to last long for couples.
Glaring signs that a couple is not long for this
I
world.
thought they were just like talking about particular types of screams.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not going to last.
Honestly.
Oh, they're over.
That's where my brain went.
Dude, right? That's exactly what I was like.
I mean, Marissa fell for the.
Do we have Kathy's scream?
Oh,
because
from,
that would. I wonder if that's
Stony Park.
Is that just exciting or is it? Yeah. Do you happen to have that? We used to have that at the ready.
Yeah,
I know. And then
Terrifying.
Okay.
That's horror.
Because that's
Iron
a scream.
Menace.
That is an absolute scream right there. What screams? We are not.
That's actually the progression of a relationship.
Yeah, right. So in the Reddit thread, users discussed the point in a relationship where there's no going back, and one person shared an insight that they received from a marriage counselor.
Okay.
So this person wrote, I was at a party one time. There was a marriage counselor there that had been working for 20-something years in couples counseling.
This tip is great.
And I asked her what the number one sign was that a couple wasn't going to make it. And without hesitation, she said, and this is what she had noted, if one person shows contempt for the other's feelings, it's over.
If one person shows contempt for the other party's feelings.
So, and by contempt, sex and relationship researcher Kristen Mark exemplified mocking your partner, speaking to them with condescension, or using sarcasm for cruelty are all examples of contempt. Well, yeah, that sounds like you're just being a jerk.
Yeah, right?
You're mocking someone.
So-
you're speaking to them you're condescending them. You're using sarcasm and being cruel about it. Well, yeah, that's just, you're being mean at that point.
I understand the level, though. What they're talking about is that the person now considers the other person less than worthy of, even in a fight, you can respect that, or you can have an altercation or verbal, kerfuffle.
Yeah.
And what happens is that in this case, you've lost the respect, or you believe them less than.
Yeah.
And that makes sense.
Yep. Other Reddit users had shared their ideas.
OJ used to say that.
Their ideas about when a relationship is or should be over. One person said, I think when you just don't care anymore. You don't care to fight with them. You don't care to be intimate. You don't care to make an effort.
No, I don't want to see the Blue Man Group.
Another one says, asking friends if they think you should break up.
Well, there you go.
At least for me, this means you've made the decision and you just want it backed up by somebody.
If you're fishing for that and looking for reasons, I'll tell you what, over the course of years, I've had a number of people tell me that divorce can be contagious. That they've had friend groups that where one party gets divorced and then others within that group, if they had any even remote inclination, start to move more towards it.
I tell you what, man, the opposite for me, because not that long ago we got news of some friends that were getting a divorce and had no clue that this was going to happen. And like the next day I came to Rochelle and I'm like, we can never let this happen. I'm like, we can never, ever grow apart. I want to stay on top of this.
I'm just going to have to kill you.
But I'm just like, we the moment either one of us starts to feel a lick of boredom or anything along those lines, please let's articulate that to each other.
Just watch like feet videos or something like that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Whatever turns you guys on.
Yeah.
I don't think it's contagious, but I do think that if somebody does go ahead with the divorce, and like you said, it probably is
a seed of it.
Yeah, if you saw somebody pull the trigger.
Then it's almost like they're making it okay.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. So Jeff Gunther, a therapist, has shared 5 major problems that couples may find impossible to work through. He said, first, if you start neglecting the little things like flirting or giving each other compliments, he said this creates a significant gap between you and that can be difficult to mend. Constantly finding yourself arguing over the same things also indicates that you may be headed towards a breakup. He cites growing apart and craving independence as more signs your relationship could be coming to an end. And lastly, if one person starts to develop feelings for someone else, obviously, that's
I've been
usually
having sex with your mother. Well, that's a bad sign. Let's talk about it.
Thank you for keeping it in the family.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this to me.
He said the redirection of affection for someone else renders the task of mending the original relationship extremely difficult, if not impossible.
How do they give suggestions on how to reverse the course or repair?
No.
No, not even. There you go.
These are just the signs of what type of screaming. means it's the end of the relationship.
She's always screaming.
All right, let's see. Okay, Kath. You'll find this one fun. I thought of you. I have had this for a few days. I didn't get a chance to get to it.
Been thinking about you.
People have been asking their female followers on social media to describe your ex as a clothing brand.
Your ex as a clothing brand.
And the results are pretty good.
Oh, okay.
So I'll give you an example. It says there are clever women, especially those who follow. Her name is Heather. Creator goes by Savage Mom Life 1, and she asks women to take part in the trend. That has shared the responses. The clothing brands that describe these women's exes include, like this one said, Tommy Hilfiger, because he'll figure out a way to lie about anything.
Got it.
Okay, so not one that like, yeah, all right, okay.
No, these are more play on words.
Just, yeah, okay.
How about the Gap, because he has a huge butthole?
No. Next is Ross, because I settled for less.
Oh, I see where we're going
like
here. Yeah.
Damn, girl.
H&M, because he was trying to be hers and mine's. Gerber, because he's still a mama's boy.
That's funny.
Is Old Navy in there?
I like this one. Temu, the product is not as pictured. Forever 21, because he refuses to grow up. Is there one called Shane, Shein?
Yeah,
Shein,
that
yeah.
ends up on my. But you know what?
What is Shein?
I think it's a collection. I think it's a collection
Shein.
of different brands.
It's fast fashion that comes from China.
Okay, this says Shein, cute but runs small.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's the way to describe it.
the sizes never fit.
Another one describing their ex as a clothing or product brand. IKEA. Complicated instructions, a lot of work, and missing pieces. Not bad. Another one says TJ Maxx. Paid the max, got the minimum.
That's not cool, man.
I know, you're a Maxxinista.
You're a Maxxinista.
Do not be fronting on Max.
Yeah.
Nike. Constantly just doing it with someone else. Mhm. Another one says they should be described as the brand Wet Seal. He just laid there.
Oh, damn. Like a wet seal.
That seal doesn't even exist anymore.
I like this one. Amazon Prime. Arrived quickly, but I should have read the reviews first.
That's good.
Steve, here's the one that you said earlier. Gap. She said there was a gap in all his stories.
Oh. See, I went with butthole.
Kmart. No longer around.
Oh, yeah.
pretty
we
good.
talked about this. Are they completely gone? Yeah.
All right. How about this one? Dollar General, because he never had a dollar in general. Diesel, because of all the gaslighting. And finally, Goodwill, because he's been handed down a lot.
Ooh.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys ever have Shane's Circus World of Values?
I did not.
Okay.
Not familiar.
So they were like, think of the worst place you ever purchased tube socks and dropped 9 levels more.
Okay.
But there were a few of them in on Long Island, and they were this kind of, but they you could tell instantly if someone had purchased their clothes from Shane's, because they had these brands, like you were talking about stuff straight from China, Kathy.
Yeah.
You knew only came from there. It was readily apparent.
Wow. All right, well, that's all I have time to notice right now because I'm looking at the clock. I noticed the clock, and it's 9:43, and we have Lzzy Hale scheduled at 10.
We want to make sure we make enough time for a right noticer.
Damn right, Mr. Announcer. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Bizarre File stories are on the way if we can fit those in. But Lzzy Hale singing the Eagles fight song as we continue our pep rally concert series. We'll be right back.
Very successful, made like $100 million, and they paid me a lot of money to go to China. Joe and Anthony Russo produced it. They're the directors of Captain America.
Yeah,
they said go do this. It's our whole stunt crew is going to really, and so I went and did it and made a ton of money. The movie's going to make $1 billion.
Oh my God!
It's like the highest.
It is the second highest domestic grossing film ever behind Star Wars. Yeah.
What?
And I play a character named Big Daddy. I'm the bad American.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to see the jacket I'm wearing.
All right, we're looking at the
show it.
We're looking at the trailer.
This was all
of it
shot
right
in
now.
China, by the way. I am, and I'm going to say this on the radio, the biggest American star.
China.
Yeah, this movie is a phenomenon.
I was reading the numbers on it, like surpassing.
Yeah.
You got to realize globally where this movie falls into the list.
We live in this tiny little bubble in the United States,
right?
And there's there are more people in China, meaning there's more money to be made, I guess, over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, and they talk about you opening up in other markets and so on and so forth. Their movie opens up in India and does well. The Bollywood, is
yeah. I mean, this is literally the second. This is only behind Star Wars. So like Joe Russo called me and goes, "You are a unicorn now in China. We're gonna go make Lethal Weapon. It's with you and a Chinese movie star. We're gonna go do Lethal Weapon next year."
So when you play a bad guy and you're known for you're sort of a bad guy, and
I played it campy, like I was
over the top.
Oh yeah, I was
that's
in China. I didn't think anybody was gonna see it. I was like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. Hoo-ah!
That's great.
Look, that's Big Daddy.
Oh man!
Yeah, I represent everything bad about the world.
Wow. Hey, where did you guys shoot for Captain America: Civil War? Was that in Africa?
Part of it was in. I think part of it was in Africa. I didn't. I was always in Atlanta.
And by the way, Crossbones is not dead.
Is he dead?
Oh no. He seems dead.
Come on, man.
He seems dead.
Dude,
seems dead.
I was just down at Marvel, with every said nobody mentioned that he wasn't dead. He's dead.
They don't. That's one of the.
I think he's definitely dead.
He's definitely dead. He's dead. Man.
That uniform's too freaking cool.
No, he's dead. I know. So, I'm too old. Listen, I think at some point they're going to have to change the Avengers. They're getting a little long in the tooth.
Can I ask a question?
When they first get their AARP card,
I had a question about your scene in Civil War.
Yeah.
The spit on the side of your mouth. Was that makeup spit or was that your?
No, it's real spit. I have it right now. I get excited. I'm really sweating right now.
That's got to be wild, though. Just listen. You are part of one of the greatest movie fights ever filmed.
Yeah.
That elevator fight, which we know you had a lot of sway over.
Yeah.
I can watch that over and over. That's got to be a sense of pride for you.
It's fun. It's so fun.
And knowing also now that you could just demolish Chris Evans.
He's so skinny now. I just saw him. He's so beautiful. But I was with all of them. Like, they were all there. The whole, every Marvel character was assembled. It was like 45 people. Like, I'm sitting with Cheadle and William Hurt. You don't realize how many people have been in those movies. It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
I think I would cry if I was
I cried.
in the presence of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating.
All right, let's hear it for Frank Grillo. Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Luyendijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittnys, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I
No,
mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
But
And that's
could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know,
yeah.
so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22.
Yeah,
and I don't know how many
and
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine that Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
People,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
yeah.
people with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes. That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes.
love you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. Thing
Oh, that's really cool.
To
Yeah.
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
now
that-
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities. And there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays. I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you 5 guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy. I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology. And something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. We are scheduled in the next 5 minutes or so to be joined by Lzzy Hale of Hailstorm for our continued Pep Rally concert series.
This is great.
So I'll get word from Marissa when she's on and ready to go. But in the meantime, we can go through some Bizarre File stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by our friends at Nifty 50s. And game day just got better with Nifty 50s. You can grab the limited time Mint Oreo Shake Quan.
It's awesome.
Milkshake. Or fuel your crew with a nugget, finger, or burger tray. Perfect for the big game. You can taste the memories at Nifty 50s. So we'll start with this, okay, in Utah. 23-year-old Ashton Jonathan Mann has been arrested on charges of second-degree felony manslaughter and an additional firearms charge after allegedly shooting his friend in the chest. Reportedly, the victim of the shooting had been boasting about his ability to dodge bullets.
Come on!
And Mann allegedly decided to put his skills to the test. Turns out the bullets could not, in fact, be dodged, and the victim was later pronounced dead at the hospital.
Wasn't as good as I thought.
Mann, however, can at least take comfort in knowing that he was right to be suspicious of his claims of being able to dodge bullets.
Told you.
Wow. The Scottish Animal Welfare Commission may have almost started a war of sorts. The commission handed in a report to the Scottish government recommending that the country should ban cats in some areas because they have a significant impact on wildlife populations. While the commission was concerned about endangered birds and wildlife being killed by the felines, they wound up getting a different predator group ready to fight, and that's cat owners. The government put out a statement saying they would fully consider the recommendations And then later yesterday, as a spokesperson said, banning cats is not a recommendation of the report, and we will, under no circumstances, be banning cats in Scotland. The group Nature Scott
That comes as great news for us, the cats.
now knows better than to get in the middle of the fight. They issued a statement saying any decisions on the report's recommendations are a matter of Scottish ministries.
Why would you randomly pick cats? Cat owners.
No. Let's see here. This story, as scams go, this one's on another level. A woman in India is accused of tricking her husband into selling a kidney on the black market.
Wow.
And then she stole the money. The woman allegedly spent months convincing him to sell the organ to fund their daughter's higher education.
You really need both those.
And help arrange her marriage. After finding a buyer around 3 months ago, his kidney was removed and he was paid $11,500. At that point, the wife allegedly took the money and ran off to elope with another man.
What a slap in the face.
Police were contacted, but she refused to unlock the door for them and the man. It's not clear what, if anything, can be done legally at this point.
Wow. Sucks.
All right, and then we'll do, we got time for a couple more. I know that Lizzie's getting rigged up. All right, here's a terrible story. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, after the kidney one.
In California, law enforcement officials investigating severe animal neglect arrested a woman after 27 horses were found dead and several others were discovered to be malnourished. The sheriff's office said Animal Services executed a search warrant at multiple properties where they discovered the deceased and malnourished animals. In total, the sheriff's office said, in addition to the deceased animals, 74 were rescued and 13 others were euthanized due to their extreme conditions due to neglect. One bull was also euthanized due to being in a similar condition, while 5 donkeys and 3 alpacas were also rescued. I mean, she had all these animals.
Is the whole purpose to torture them?
The woman arrested was identified as Jan Johnson. She owned the farm, and she made a plea deal related to a financial elder abuse case more than a decade ago. Investigators are still looking into whether or not that money was used by Johnson to purchase horses. The sheriff's office also said that Johnson had a warrant out for her arrest for allegedly making threats to a school, employees, and officers. So she
really has her life together.
She's just a riot.
You're still torturing those animals?
Yeah. The department followed up on several calls of animal neglect related to her horses, and then the alleged threats to law enforcement officials were made. She has since posted bail, so she's a bit out of her mind. All right, we'll do a lighter story, and then we'll wrap up. Customers and stylists at a barbershop in China were left scrambling for the exit when a cow pushed its way in through the door and ran through the shop.
Oh, my God. That could have been an utter catastrophe.
Oh, dear God.
Sweet mother of God. It had been a long time since we had one of those.
Footage recorded at the barbershop shows the cow pushing the door open and running into the shop, bumping into multiple pieces of furniture and sending customers into their salon capes rushing for the door.
My God, prices have never been lower.
The cow eventually calms down and stands placidly
I'm cool.
At the counter awaiting capture. And then it was reported to have become agitated while being loaded into a truck and fled from its owner, ending up inside of the barbershop.
By the way, when a cow gets agitated, you've had stories of people being killed by cows.
My God. They're on,
especially ones brandishing firearms.
In the farming industry, they are, people get killed on occasion because those things are so big. All right, and there you go. That's all we have in the Bizarre File. We are so excited to have our next guest on the show. Last time we saw her was at the MM Barbecue. We had a
phenomenal.
That show was incredible. We were all insanely impressed with the whole band and her in particular. But we are getting her on this morning because we are doing our PEP Rally concert series and getting a variety of musical friends to sing the Eagles fight song. Ladies and gentlemen, Lzzy Hale.
Hey, everybody. How you doing?
We're great, Lzzy. How you doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic. It's just it's so wonderful to see your faces and to hear your voices again. It's been a hot minute. I know it's I guess it hasn't been that long since the MM Barbecue, but I've been making an album, so time is elastic. It feels like years. So
yeah, I'm sure it is. And listen, touching on that, I mean, this is your last album was Back from the Dead in 2022. Are we going to expect this by the end of the year? Maybe this new album.
We're absolutely hoping to. It's all done. It's we're getting mixes back, so it's looking bright. It's and we're very excited.
I have to ask when you're doing this because obviously you guys are great musicians and so on and so forth. Is it hard to kind of let something go when you're listening to a song? Is this the end version? Is this the final version?
Yeah.
Or do you keep tinkering?
Well, the amazing thing about working with we worked with Dave Cobb on this album, and he's very much. He's very ADD, just like us. So, but there was always a definitive okay, we don't need to squeeze the baby anymore. It's like we don't need to go any further. So we all kind of collectively knew when it was done, and but we could have gone on forever writing more songs because we did this very differently this time. We didn't do any demos for this album. Once we started recording, everything was brand new. We started recording. Here's a new idea. Here's a new song.
Wow.
And so what you're going to be hearing on this album is literally us discovering the song for the first time as well. So there's a lot of energy, and we're really, really proud of it.
Really? So writing in the studio, had you guys operated like that before?
Not at all. In fact, it kind of terrified me because the first day we went in the studio, we always go in with I always have songs we finished and our bag of tricks and riffs for days. And so we roll in with our bag of tricks and Dave is like, oh no, we're not doing any of that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Don't you even want to listen to it? No, I don't do demos. We're just going to start from scratch. I'm like, oh no, now I'm not prepared. But it was really beautiful. It was, and he just captured everybody. Half of the songs aren't even on a click track because we totally forgot.
Good.
Wow.
It's really amazing. So we're very excited for everyone to hear it. This is, I feel like collectively as the four of us, this is one of the albums that we're most proud of, actually. So.
That's really cool.
I think last time we talked to you on Zoom, you were in your closet, so I'm glad to see you're back in your closet.
Yes, we're back in the closet.
Are these your stage uniforms, stage outfits?
Yeah.
Or?
It's funny because it's actually it's one of my I ended up utilizing this room as one of my studios in my house. We have 3 separate kind of studio recording things in my house, and this is more like Chronicles of Narnia. You have to go through all of my favorite things, all of my leather jackets and my stage clothes to get to the microphone. But it's actually amazing because the leather jackets are actually awesome for sound baffling, even more than the stuff you can buy on Amazon. So
it is very
the kids.
It is very C.S. Lewis like. Yeah.
Very much.
Lzzy, I wanted to pay 2 compliments to you because I'd seen you guys before, but when you performed at the MMRBQ this past year, I was transfixed. There were so many moments that were incredible, but especially the drum solo sessions when you guys came out on stage, and it just was unbelievably awesome. But even more than that, I just was amazingly impressed by your kindness. You go out of your way to be so kind to so many people, and I want to know, is that because that's how you were raised, or did somebody slight you at some point and you were like, you know what, I am never going to be that person. I'm just going to be nice to everybody that I ever interact with?
Well, I think it's a little of both. When we were growing up, my brother and I, we started the band when I was 13 and he was 10, not because we really wanted to have a career or make money or anything or be famous, but it was something that we could call ours. We were teased mercilessly. We had interventions that would happen after class, with our teachers, why are you into this rock music? It's the devil's music, that kind of thing. We grew up Christian. But what we realized, so we would come home and our parents were so incredibly, sympathetic, empathetic to what we wanted to do. And so our parents raised us to be kind, and they knew our hearts were in the right place and we just wanted to make music together. So it was a little of both. We were raised to be kind and to think about everything that we do, treat other people the way that you want to be treated. And to be honest, now that I have this army behind me and all these people that care so much about what I say and what I do, it's actually a selfish act for me, because when I get to make somebody's day, it makes my day. So you get addicted to it almost. You're like, oh, here's a picture. I would just want to give everything away and take every picture, because I know what that feels like to be noticed and to finally, to find your place or see yourself reflected with someone. So it's kind of a full circle event for me.
Lzzy, you mentioned playing with your brother RJ. You guys started, he was 10 years old. He is an exceptional drummer. Was he always really good, or at some point did you turn around and go, damn, dude, when did that happen?
I want to say my epiphany with RJ was probably around the time he was 9, right before we started, because he started drums at like 8, and he would, all of my parents and my parents' friends would give him these VHS tapes of John Bonham and Gene Krupa and, Keith Moon, and he would just be a sponge and absorb it. And so like we literally stuck him in a walk-in closet when it was still noise. And then all of a sudden I remember being like, wow. And then my epiphany was, well, all I have to do is write my silly little songs and he can play drums to it and we're a band, but he was always very good. And he was always ready for the camera. Like I call myself a reformed introvert. I was a painfully shy kid, like never volunteered for anything in class. RJ was always like, where's the event? What's happening? In fact, on our way to our very first show as Hailstorm, we didn't have a band name yet. So we're in the family van and RJ's being annoying and he's like, what do we name the band? I'm like, RJ, we're not a band. We're just 2 people. A band is 4 people, like the Rolling Stones. And I'm so nervous because I've never played anywhere outside of my parents' living room. So finally he was like, well, what about Hailstorm? I'm like, fine, that works for today. Just shut up and let me
wow.
And so it was crazy. And he has taught me so much about, I always tell him, I said, I taught you how to tie your shoes and you taught me how to fly. Because he has given me so much inspiration. And now that we are adults, it's so wild. He has become my like big little brother. He drops so much knowledge and everybody looks at drummers and they think, oh, they're just crazy and goofy. RJ's really not. And he's actually a very prolific songwriter as well. He helped me finish this album. He has like 60% ownership of this album because he's always been really good at lyrics too, but nobody ever notices. So it's been really beautiful to grow up together and still like each other and still do this thing together.
What a wonderful dynamic. He makes me think of like Billie Eilish and Phineas, and they have that kind of relationship as well. And there's a certain beauty in the fact that you have somebody who is going to get you more than anybody else in the band. I wanted to bring up, Lzzy, that the comments that got back after the MMRBQ, people were mightily impressed by your work on Heels. To do on stage. And so the question has to be, when will you graduate to stilts on stage? Because that'll be
the next album. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do something. It's funny. I started wearing heels, I think, when I was around 16 because it was one more thing that the boys in our local area in Pennsylvania wouldn't do. I'm like, well, the guys aren't going to do heels, so I'll do so I'm going to play guitar, I'm going to sing, and I'm going to do it all in heels. But I used to be very stupid. Now the boys in the band had to have kind of an intervention with me because I used to get up on the half stacks on our amplifiers with the heels and jump off of them, like do one of those.
Yeah.
And they were like, dude, you're gonna break your ankle. We can't do that anymore. So I don't do that anymore, but yeah, it just takes practice.
Lzzy,
I'll have to get some MMR MMR stilts.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Next MMRBQ. Yeah.
The Grammys were this past weekend. You guys have won 2 Grammys, and I know I would never ask you to. I think you guys won when rock was really represented in the Grammy rock categories. It's one of the things that disappoints us regularly. I know you're not here to disparage or talk about other bands or anything like that, but it just seems like the Academy has taken its eye off the ball a little bit as far as what constitutes as what I interpret as rock music. I don't know how you feel about that.
Oh no, I mean I agree. We actually kind of ruined that category because we won for best hard rock and metal performance, and they do not have that category anymore.
Yeah.
We're the last bastion of that. But I'll kind of take it. Alice Cooper dropped some knowledge about that to me when we were out on tour together, and he says, I'm not worried about rock and roll because rock and roll has never been at the cool kids table. Rock is exactly where it needs to be, in the gutter and fighting for the people on the ground, right at the front lines. We're not the shiny, white knight on the horse in the back of the battlefield. We're right up front getting all the debris. So, and the great thing about music and the great thing about rock music is that no matter what is going on in the world and the craziness that's going on right now with everybody, rock people in rock music are going to be, the heroes and that, through our art, we are going to save a couple lives. We're going to give hope to people. We're going to give them a place to put their rage. And so, regardless of the accolades, none of us in rock music ever got into this for that. So,
I love that.
So,
That's
that's a great way to perceive it. I never thought of it that way. You guys did, Lzzy, I think you and Joe, guitarist in the band, did you guys go out and do some, I don't want to say acoustic shows, but you did like some just two-person shows last year, correct?
Correct. It was. We did that a few weeks ago. We went out. We called it the living room sessions, and we had like a couch on stage and lamps and candles and everything. And what we wanted to do is say, well, if we were to invite all of our fans into our living room, this is what it would sound like, and this is what it would look like. Because this is something that we do. I live in Nashville right now. And what we do with all of our friends is that we invite them over. And then, of course, somebody breaks out an acoustic guitar. I get on the piano, like, hey, do you know this song? Let's go. And so we really wanted to show that intimacy. And the beautiful thing about this tour is that it wasn't the big rock show. We still got rowdy, but Joe and I would tell stories about the songs or about our relationship with each other or with the band. And we would take, requests from the audience. We would have banters with everybody. So it really was this wonderful, almost vulnerable spot to be in. And man, I could do that for the rest of my life.
Okay. I was going to ask how that felt in the diametrically opposed big hailstorm show that you guys put on,
Well, I think what I realized, and it's something I always knew, but what I realized for certain on this tour is that our fans are so much more than just, they're here for entertainment or they're here to be wowed by something. They're here because they feel a connection to us and they feel like family. They really do feel like, I'm their aunt or their sister. And so it was really beautiful to see that in real time. And there were so many people that ended up writing me letters afterwards saying that was a once in a lifetime experience. So I think we pulled it off, but it was, I would definitely do that again. The poor guys, Josh and RJ, our rhythm section, were like, why can't we come?
So you get another couch. That's all you do, right?
Yeah, we get another couch. Exactly. Well, maybe just a love seat for those two. We get the couch.
What we said is to piggyback on what Nick had said earlier. We described the way you are with your fan base as a clinic and how to do it. And so this sort of format that you're talking about speaks well to that because that's clearly important to you. But so will we see? Is there a plan to repeat that in this year or no?
Probably not this year because we're going to end up releasing an album and kind of be focusing on that. But I would love to do it again because what I think I miss in rock music right now, is that there's so many kids that are trying so hard to be perfect and trying so hard to be hard and trying so hard to like put on this mask for everyone. Like, look, I'm cool. And what I miss is, like who's piercing through the veil, who's piercing through the radio and saying, no, this is me and this is my heart and I'm broken or I'm joyous. This, we got to stop, pretending to be things that we're not. So the great thing about bearing it all, basically, and also it was a really great experiment because there are still some people that think that we run tracks or we run a click on stage, which we really don't. We do it very old school. We plug in, we play. The mistakes that we're making, whether you can hear them or not, are real, and so the great thing about opening it up like this was that there was no doubt that everything was live. And so I think that is something that I'm missing in rock. I want that human element. So
that's awesome.
Makes total sense.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we've had you on obviously to catch up and talk and see what's going on with the band, but we got a game this weekend. We got a game this weekend, and
congratulations to the Eagles.
We were delighted when you said that yes, you'd be down for doing your version of the Eagles fight song. So
Absolutely. And I'm hoping I don't mess it up, in front of everybody over Zoom because of all the connections. But
no, don't worry about it. G-Love already messed it up once.
But what did you say, honey?
G-Love had.
Oh, G-Love,
He
come
gave a
on.
good shot. And Zoom is not the best format for the relaying of a vocal talent such as yourself.
But he got it.
He got it.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, man, it's just great to be with good friends, and I'm so happy for the Eagles. I'm a Pennsylvania girl, and just been watching them since I was a kid, and as much as I've been getting little bits and pieces of sports ball while we're in our bubble making a record. It was so great to come out on the other side and be like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And you're going to be singing along to a track that we have here in the studio. Do you want
Fantastic.
Do you want to hear how it starts out, and then we can start all over again?
Sure.
Or okay,
All right, I'll play.
Sure, yeah, why not?
Is this the pep band?
We'll make sure it's playing.
Okay, so I'll play a little bit of this.
Okay, I'm not actually able to hear that, but as long as it's fun.
She can't hear it.
She can't hear it.
No,
you know what?
but it's okay.
There is a setting, and we're checking into it. Did you already reset?
I ended up setting it on my end. We were talking about this before. Now,
we can get a cappella.
Yeah,
I can do a cappella too if you want to.
Yeah, I want
to try one more setting. It's
Okay,
sometimes
okay.
it's just a button.
While you're getting that set up, do me a favor.
We're doing it live, people.
Yeah, right.
Do it live.
But while we have a moment and we're canorking these things over here, do me a favor and give some love to Josh, your bass player. I had the greatest conversation with him when we were waiting for you guys to go on stage. He's he was nervous to meet us, which I found.
He really was.
He
told me
was.
that too.
The nicest guy.
He's just the nicest guy in the world, man. So please tell him we're huge fans. We love him.
I definitely will. Well,
Okay.
you guys are kind of a big deal, so don't sell yourself short.
Well,
All right,
yeah.
Should I play this again, Casey?
Yeah, see if she can hear it.
All right, so.
Acapella
is.
is.
Some great stuff. Okay, I'm so sorry.
No,
It's fine.
Any little bit is good.
It's not my first rodeo singing acapella, so we'll figure it out.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Lizzie, we're ready, okay?
All right. Congratulations to the Eagles. Thank you, guys. All right. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fight, Eagles, fight. Score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our Eagles fight. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory.
EAGLES, That was awesome.
That's better that way.
Didn't need no friggin' music.
Way better without music.
Need no stinking track.
That was fantastic. Oh my God. One more question, Lizzie, before we let you go. With the new album coming out, do you guys plan to drop the whole thing, all tracks in one shot, or are you going to release them one at a time? Do you know how that's going to roll out yet?
You know, we're not quite sure yet because we just got our first mixes back for what we think is going to be our first single. So it depends on how impatient we get, really.
Yeah.
If the mixers are getting too lazy about it, we're like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just put it out.
It's a weird thing to have to ponder because it is the nature of the beast now. And in the days of rock that, I'm sure we all fondly remember. Now, obviously, this is part of what MMR has been about. The concept of the album out as sort of a thematic statement where you want to hear the songs, even if they aren't completely correlating to the other songs. It's part of a vibe. It's part of a feel. But then also, you got something that's ready to roll, and your fan base is like, we'll take it now. And it's it's something that is I wouldn't want to have to make that decision.
Absolutely. Well, the great thing about the way that we were raised, because we were raised on real rock and roll, like my ABCs in rock and roll: Alice Cooper, Black Sabbath, Cinderella, and Dio. And we've always, part of our art form is creating an album, a cohesive album with a storyline, and this album is our opus. I don't think I've ever been more personal. It is our story. It is my story. There's a lot of darkness. There's a lot of truth, and there's a lot of questions left unanswered. And so I'm looking forward to everyone actually getting the album, and I invite everyone to please immerse themselves in that. But at the same time, man, every track is amazing, and it's going to be really hard to pick the songs that we put out, because I want all of them to be singles. So yeah, it's just, you're right. It is the nature of the beast. But you know what? However you slice it, and I don't even care if anybody likes it at this point. It's like, we are so proud of this, and it is the most Hailstorm record that we've ever done. You can hear everybody's personality. Nothing is squished. I'm not tuned to anything. It's just it's really going to be amazing to see the reaction to everything.
Sounds terrific.
Now we're excited. I
Yeah.
love it. Excellent. All right, Lzzy, we love you so much. Thank you. And we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you so much, darling.
All right,
you guys
got
are
it.
wonderful.
Gang,
Yeah.
that's Lzzy Hale.
Yes, awesome.
The absolutely amazing front person and hardcore chick that she is from Hailstorm. Man, oh man, oh man.
She exceeded. I mean, you knew she was going to be great.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, over the audio restrictions of Zoom, she sounded fantastic.
Yep. And talk about a great show at the MM Barbecue. If you've never seen that band, it's you can't help but have a good time.
Yeah.
They're just amazing. All right, well, let's take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music, news, those things are up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
The person walked in the room, and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside. And they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just. And it was something stupid to do as a kid. That when you would call it, it would dial, or it would ring once, and then it would pick up, and it would go. I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you everything.
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is, okay, here's another Here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, a car.
Kind of car?
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that, though. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the
Yeah.
Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids, ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message
New
every day.
Haven.
Learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man. Blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yeah.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. As Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
You're close. You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
wow.
How you doing, man?
from Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Power Pocket Pen.
Now,
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
It's really, the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, the question went out, do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you, do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks.
All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the Powerful Purple Rocket.
Another purple
And
thing. Okay.
just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your mask.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
right. It may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana. And purple
seems to be the color of a self-violation.
4 out of 5.
Yeah.
Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the races ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa, in 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spitting out of control, not moving at all.
Michael's is almost
He's
to
almost
the end.
almost to the end, almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh my God. And let me tell you something here. They laughed when they said, a guy's going to be a part of this.
I know.
They said, hey, really?
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually, people would point to us when we walk out in public. Yeah. You're actually going to let a man in this. Dominate. All right.
As they keep going deeper into Niedermeyer's comments from Animal House, because eventually you can hear Dee Snider going, is that a pledge pin? Love it. 10:35 on this Wednesday morning. I keep wanting to say it's, damn it, Preston.
Don't you dare.
I'm smacking myself. Stop it. It's Wednesday, people, and we'll get a winner shortly for our secret text word. We haven't done that yet. We normally did that like 10 minutes ago. We'll do it in a little while, but we have something else to give away. Before we do that, though, I want to mention Birdbot out and about today. You can check the socials and find out he's making appearances at some of the landmarks in Philadelphia. And you can go to @Birdbot Philly on Instagram to see all that information. But I want to thank our friends from Acme is jumping on board a sponsorship for Birdbot, and they can help you host like a pro. You shop in store wearing your Eagles apparel this week, save 5%. And of course, you'll discover why football is better at Acme, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. So thank you guys. All right, lesson question time. We are going to give away $50 gift card to Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse in Northeast Philly. The question I absolutely have to go with is this. Finish this line similar to the chant from Full Metal Jacket. This is my penis, this is my chicken, this is for stroking. And then you finish it, all right? Okay. This is my penis, this is my chicken, this is for stroking. And then you finish. 215-263 WMMR. That was around 8 o'clock this morning that we talked about that. If you know the answer, you win the prize. We'll do the trash right. Call us.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Delco Trim Light. Visit DelcoTrimLight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, as you reported earlier, Preston, Ewan McGregor is dealing with a crazed fan who is threatening him with both firearms and the movie The Da Vinci Code. McGregor is making it clear that he's inclined to choose the Da Vinci Code. Lily Allen ending her marriage to David Harbour after he was caught with an account on the dating app Raya. Raya bills itself as a discreet dating site for celebrities where the only parties involved are you, your date, and TMZ.
Oh my God.
And finally, Olivia Rodrigo and Louis Patridge were engaging in some purportedly vigorous PDA during lunch at a Los Angeles diner. Patrons say hands were everywhere, with Patridge eventually bringing Rodrigo to orgasm with a mozzarella stick. That's your Hollywood track.
All right, let's see if you know the answer. Finish this line. Similar to the Jam Full Metal Jacket. This is my penis, this is my chicken. This is for stroking. And then we need to get the rest from you. So we will go to Denise and see if she knows. Hi, Denise. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Denise. You sound too pleasant to know this. All right. Finish the line. This is my penis, this is my chick, and this is for stroking.
This is for licking.
Yes! Oh, you nailed it, Denise. Hang on. And we're going to give you a $50 gift card from Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse, Northeast Philly. You can order catering for the big game from Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse. Treat your friends Philadelphia's best authentic hickory smoked barbecue, and you can score big on game day with delicious smoked meats. It's written that way, by the way. Delicious. Yeah. And also homemade side dishes, salads, and desserts. Visit Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse off the Cottman Avenue exit on 95. Order online at sweetlucy's.com and go Bird.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I'm going to leave with this story because there's a chance that our buddy Birdbot might hang out with Jelly Roll at the Super Bowl.
It looks that way.
It's, listener Helen says that she can get Birdbot to hang out with Jelly Roll, which would be great. But I bring this up because last year Katy Perry suggested that Jelly Roll would make a great replacement for her at the judges' table when she left American Idol. Somebody at the network was listening. Jelly didn't get the judging gig that went to Carrie Underwood, but he got something almost as good. According to ABC, Jelly will join this upcoming season of American Idol as the show's first ever artist in residence. Which means that he will join the show during its Hollywood Week episodes and then continue to appear throughout the season.
Did you ever hear Jelly Roll cover Katy Perry?
No. Crazy.
He completely changes his style.
Yeah. Elton John has reportedly sent out a letter to some of his most dedicated fans laying out details of his next project. The music icon has apparently been working with Brandi Carlile as she asked him to play piano on a song that she had been working on, and that inspired him to make a new album. And he says that his time with Brandi became, quote, one of the greatest friendships of my life, and led him to work with her as well as Bernie Taupin and Andrew Watt on a truly collaborative album.
People love working with her.
Yeah.
Joni Mitchell and a lot of other people have just loved their time with her.
It's funny because I listened to her audiobook, which is really great because it's her reading her own book, but then also she'll break out into song,
Right.
in between passages and stuff. And she talks quite a bit about Elton John and how much she loves him and how their relationship and friendship has grown over the years. And also she was resistant to be associated with Joni Mitchell. And that had changed over time as well.
They created 14 songs over 20 days, with 10 of those songs making the new album. And John and Carlile released a new song, Never Too Late, in November last year as well, written for the documentary about Elton's career, Elton John, Never Too Late. Devo, band that I love, has announced an extension of their farewell tour, celebrating 50 years of De-Evolution. And the new dates kick off May 1st in Philadelphia. They're going to be playing at the Met, and tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10.
Do you think you might see them?
10 a.m. Maybe.
Yeah.
I haven't checked to see what day of the week May 1st is. But
All right, May 10th, this is Saturday. So we can go back. That would make May 3rd a Saturday, which would make that like a Thursday, I guess?
Maybe. We'll see. It's just tough, man. I don't do weeknights anymore.
It's early
I
wake
get
up
up too
call.
damn early. All right, and then Carrie King of Slayer playing a show tonight at the TLA. There are some tickets available, and our own Sarah Parker had a sit-down conversation with him. Cool. She said they talked about the new solo album, From Hell I Rise. The likelihood of seeing Slayer live in Philly again, excuse me, his puzzled reaction when fans scream Slayer to his face, and why he never wrote a memoir. So you can check that out at WMMR.com. There are excerpts on the Instagram accounts, I believe, of the radio station and Sarah's, too, if you want to see that. And then last but not least, to get ready for the big game this weekend, MMR has a super block party, and it's taking place Saturday. Supersized blocks of everything that rocks, sponsored by our friends at Trinity Rehab, and you will catch that, like I said, again on Saturday. And that's what I have in music news for you. We need a secret text word winner. Kathy, what will our number caller be?
9.
Ninth caller at 215-263-WMMR. You need to know the secret text word in order to win, and we'll get a random texter and give away that prize, too. And we'll also get the letter day for the Word of the Week prize and wrap things up. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Ready? Yes, indeed. And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off. Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2 once again goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started him up again, and ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Brickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Once again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Yeah. Our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Brickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smopper,
I think any shark smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, Shark Smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years?
Listen, you don't have to be a shark smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a shark smopper.
I am a shark smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing to see that.
Even politicians have commented commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to her
yes.
screen? Do you really?
Okay, pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to Kathy's.
I think Michael impresses me as someone with a very competent ability.
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go,
picks out.
Yeah, like I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in
which to How do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean?
Westbound.
Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
You know what? Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
you're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But still, I was
Well, that's the
mortified.
time to train.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Clearly.
Right.
You know what always amazes me though with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no.
But there's a logic
ability.
to that there isn't to the trap. If you can see the weather just to the side on the monitor, and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things. But if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look. What I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words. What I do is genius on a level that you can only imagine. But what you do is a skill that probably anybody can.
You know what, Michael? You know what? The worst part.
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. And then you space out, and you're like, "Oh my God,
you missed it."
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit. And, and so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's
and,
right.
It's
All right,
all
Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I live in the Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
The Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
Very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then, how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who was growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp, and I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's the joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavalli.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. you have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more, that makes sense.
In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah. It's just
I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here.
YouTube, beautiful day, 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. No, not, visibly beautiful with picturesque sunshine and clouds in the sky and everything. It's a bit gray. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Everybody feels good right now.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because it's beautiful inside.
That's what it is. Yeah. We've had a beautiful day today on the program. It's been a lot of fun. Oh, one note. We lost our caller for secret text word. So we need the first person that can call in and identify the
number
secret
one
text word. 215-263-WMMR. We have those Sixers tickets for tonight's game. So we'll get that winner in just a second. Anybody who calls right now, first caller, we'll set you up with that. I would like to thank, first of all, Mike and Alex in New Orleans.
Yeah.
We checked in with them on Fox Good Day today, and they're having a ball.
They are.
If you follow their social media accounts, you can see that they're taking in every bit of New Orleans while they're there.
It was great because the very first day, Mike comes rolling up with these ladies from Brooklyn. He's got a grenade in hand, and he's got beignet powder all over his face. And somebody who was viewing it, who's not from the area, thought that Mike was just a drunk guy showing up on the scene and wrote an article about it.
Oh, that's
great. Oh, my
great.
God, seriously? Wrote an article?
Yeah.
I love it. I also want to thank our friends from the Academy of Vocal Arts.
Yes.
Man, they were excellent. They were so wonderful. And I'm telling you, it's such fun people that sing opera music for a living. And they educated us, and they had some fun, and they sang the Eagles fight song. It was excellent. They have their big 90th anniversary celebration. They've been in Philadelphia for 90 years, and they have an event coming up on Friday, March 21st at the Kimmel Center. You can get tickets at avaopera.org. And then we had Lzzy Hale on. I mean, come on. Lzzy was wonderful. She is a sweetheart. I love that woman. She's just a good person in and out, and an exceptional musician. The entire band is filled with exceptional musicians. So it was really great, and she's got a lot of love for MMR in Philadelphia as well. So that was wonderful. And we got the Eagles fight song from her too.
Nice a cappella.
Yeah. All right. So I got a caller. We are going to go to Don, see if we can get a winner. Hey, Don. Good morning, bud.
Good morning.
All right. So what is the secret text word, please?
It is bucket.
Bucket. That's correct. Hang on. And by the way, he was our original caller that we lost. Otto got right back in. So congratulations, giving you tickets to the Sixers game tonight. They are playing the Heat at the Wells Fargo Center. Game time 7:30. Single game tickets on sale now. And our random texter was Jerry Vorbeck from North Wales, Pennsylvania. And so you get to go to the game tonight, too. So congratulations to you, Jerry. Get those tickets. Pierre Robert is here.
I love that Lizzie sang it a cappella as opposed to try to match up with the track, which never would have worked anyway.
I agree. It wouldn't have worked, yeah.
But she said, I love when she said, I do have some experience singing a cappella. And, man, she's just so effusive and positive. It's just like everybody wants to wrap her in a blanket. Yeah, she's so lovely. So that was cool.
Nice. All right, we need to get the letter from you, sir. All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
E as in electric.
All right, and we will give away on Friday a $500 big game package from our friends at Piccalilli to feed 35 to 40 people for this Sunday, and it includes everything from 200 wings to 50 tails and mac and cheese and all this great stuff. You're going to be completely taken care of. A couple of growlers of IPA as well. You got to make a trip to the Pick. The Piccalilli Inn does game day catering better than anyone with ready-to-go pick packs, and your guests are going to cheer for them. You can get 30 tails or ears for just $59. Visit them on Route 206 in Shamong, New Jersey. Or Piccalilli.com, and you can order now. So we'll give that away, like I said, on Friday.
They're going to be here tomorrow, man.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right. What's up today, man?
Well, we will have more of those tickets for the Outlaw Music Fest with Willie Nelson and family. Dylan's on there, Sheryl Crow, and many more. Workforce blocks today of Aerosmith and Coldplay. And we're going to do today and tomorrow and the next day a couple of bands that have been in Super Bowl halftime things past. Okay. Aerosmith being one of them, Coldplay being another, Bruce being another. But today is also, we're going to do Springsteen. It's also the anniversary of his 50th anniversary of the famous MMR Main Point show.
Wow.
Where he did the early version of Thunder Road with entirely different lyrics, and it was still kind of under construction. He called it Wings for Wheels. And when you hear those songs in their earliest form, and you know what they grow into, but they're not there yet. I just love that.
Yeah, it's a really cool piece of music. Yeah. I love that. All right, thank you, Pierre, and thank you to our sponsors. President and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. President and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors. Tomorrow, the Pep Rally concert series continues. The Hooters! Yay! Rob, Eric, Dave, all three will be here in our studio to perform the Eagles fight song. And maybe we'll get another tune from them. I don't know. It's kind of been the running thing here.
We got to demand it.
And our buddy Adam Ferrara, one of our favorite guests, will be in studio too. So we'll get into that and other things. That is it. We are done. So rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.